Okay, let me try this again. Can everyone hear me? Welcome to Pink Dino Media. So tonight we're going to go through the official court transcripts from January 23rd. It was a closed hearing from the latest hearing in the Bryan Kohberger case. So I'm going to pull this up and we'll go through it together. Share your thoughts in the comments. I'm really curious what everybody thinks. Let me see if I can maximize this. All right. Okay. The courts, this is closed proceedings. The court, let's go on the record in State versus Kohberger, CR 01-24-31665. Present in the courtroom today are the defendants with counsel, Ms. Taylor and Ms. Masseth. Now, if I butcher the names, forgive me. Is Mr. Logson here? Ms. Taylor says, Mr. Logson is here, Your Honor. The court. For the state, we have Mr. Thompson, Mr. Nye, and Ms. Jennings. Mr. Thompson, yes, Your Honor. The court. We have a number of people in the courtroom. Are they all a part of the counsel team or witnesses that are to be called today? Ms. Taylor responds, both, Your Honor. The court. Outside of the two categories, that's everybody. Ms. Taylor, everybody here is a consultant or a witness. I'm not quite sure who the prosecutor's side. Mr. Thompson, Ms. Allen is from the Attorney General's office, and Ms. Workman is a victim witness coordinator. All right, the court's saying, before we get going this morning, I understand the first portion of today's hearing will be to put on evidence related to the IGG suppression and the Franks issue. In terms of witnesses, what are we doing in terms of excluding and or exceptions to exclude based on experts? Ms. Taylor, Your Honor, the parties have stipulated that the witnesses may be inside the courtroom for the entirety of the proceeding. The state has their witness that's a remote witness, and that's fine for a person to listen in. The court. So that person is appearing remotely. Mr. Nye responds, yes, Your Honor, that's correct. The court. Do we have them up? The clerk, they are not connected. The court, they are not connected. Did you give them a link? Did you ask for a link? Mr. Nye, yeah, they let us know they received the link, but we're okay getting started, Your Honor. He doesn't need to be here. The court, I was told by the law clerk that the defense intends to refer to the exhibits that they don't have copies here today for the court. Ms. Taylor, Your Honor, there was a stipulation that all of the exhibits that were attached to the IGG motion and the Franks motion would be admitted. I'm happy to give the court my copies. That was about 1,000 pages worth of stuff. So I did not print and haul down an extra copy, but I'm happy to give the court my copy if the court wants a copy. The court, I've got a copy in the file. The only problem is trying to find out what you're talking about quickly if you're referring to a distinct item within that. Typically, I'm provided copies of the specific exhibits witnesses go over. I'll do my best, but, Ms. Taylor, I'm happy to provide the court my copy or use the Elmo so the court can see the display. The court, all right. we'll do what we can. In the future, if you know what exhibits you're going to be talking about in particular, you should have 2 copies available for the court. Ms. Taylor, I will, Your Honor. The court, anything to take up before we get started? Mr. Nye, no, Your Honor, I don't believe so. Ms. Taylor, I don't believe so either. Thank you. All right. The defense may call its first witness. Ms. Taylor, Your Honor, the defense would call Brett Payne. The court, just to make sure we're not live, right, Sandra? The clerk, do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give now before the court is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Detective Corporal Payne, I do. Thank you, the clerk says. Ms. Taylor, may I approach the podium, Your Honor? The court, yes, please. Detective Corporal Brett Payne, having been duly sworn, testifies as follows. This is the direct examination by Mrs. Taylor. Good morning. He responds, good morning, ma'am. Will you state your full name, please? Brett Payne. How is your last name spelled? Payne. What do you do for a living? I'm the detective corporal at Moscow PD currently. How long have you been at Moscow Police Department? Almost 7 years now. Prior to Moscow Police Department, did you have law enforcement experience? Yes, ma'am. What was that? I was in the military police corps, the U.S. Army, for 3 years prior to coming to Moscow PD. Are you post-certified? Yes, ma'am. In the course of your responsibilities with Moscow Police, were you handling an investigation involving homicides at 1122 King Road? Yes, ma'am. What was your role? I was assigned lead detective after about the first 24 hours in that case. And does that mean that you have responsibility for the case and evidence? Yes, ma'am. Okay. As such, did you participate in a search for a suspect? Yes, ma'am. And when was the first time you heard of Bryan Kohberger's name? The first time I heard Bryan Kohberger's name was December 19th, 2022. And what was the result? And what was that the result of? That was a result of investigative genealogy that was being undertaken by the FBI. We had a phone call that evening, and we were told Bryan Kohberger's name. And before that, Mr. Kohberger was not on your radar? No, ma'am. Before December 19th, was the FBI CAS team member collocated with you? Yes, ma'am. How long had he been collocated with you? I don't remember exactly, but it had been several weeks at that point. And was that Nicholas Balance? Yes, ma'am. What other FBI team members were collocated with you? Goodness, a lot. We had technical assistant Maria Tyndall. I'm not sure what, Special Agent Jacobson, sorry guys, and numerous other FBI agents that were there to assist. By the time it was December 19th, and you first heard of Bryan Kohberger's name, have you reviewed videotapes? Yes, ma'am. How many hours of videotapes do you think you reviewed? I don't remember. A lot. I can't give you an accurate representation. In those videotapes, did you focus in on any particular ones that were of interest to you? Yes, ma'am. In particular, would be are you talking about the addresses that were, how would you like me to refer them? How you nicknamed them, the cameras. So the first one was from 1112 King Road. It was a surveillance camera, an exterior surveillance camera on a house that was immediately to the northeast of 1122 King Road. There was some footage from a Linda Lane camera. I forget the address off the top of my head. There was footage from the A&W, which is at the corner of the Lauder and South Main, or Highway 95. There was footage from an address on Indian Hills. There was also footage from a Ridge Road camera. And that's how we referred to them, was basically by those names. With those references in mind, and keeping December 19th in mind, which of those cameras were your focus before you learned of Bryan Kohberger's name? I would say all of them were important before that. And it was later that the other cameras became important. Is that right? Those were the main ones we relied upon for vehicles. In particular, is what those ones were. I'm going to return to that in just a minute, but I want to talk to you about interviews. Did you interview any people in relation to the case before December 19th? Yes, ma'am. And did other officers interview people? Yes, ma'am. Were some of those people the roommates of the people of 1112 King? Yes, ma'am. Did you review other officers' works as well? Yes, ma'am. Did you have regular meetups with other officers about the status of the investigation? Yes, ma'am. Excuse me, I got a little cough going on. Did you have any role in deciding to pursue, and I'm going to say IGG, guys, to make it easy so I don't get tongue-tied? Yes, ma'am. It was a collaborative decision amongst the command team to go that route. But yes, I was a part of that. Were you a part of the discussions during the process of the identification? Yes, ma'am. Were you aware of Hawthorne Laboratories began the work on the IGG? Yes, ma'am. What kinds of information did you receive from Hawthorne Laboratories? I don't remember what was received from Hawthorne directly. I knew they were conducting their specific type of work. I don't remember exactly what they provided to us. Did you receive some documents from them? Yes, ma'am. Okay. Do you know how many documents you received from them? I do not. Was it one time or more than one time? I don't remember. Were you a part of the discussion to take the work from Hawthorne and go to the FBI? Yes, ma'am. Why was that the decision made? From my understanding, granted, this is my first encounter with IGG. So again, as a collaborative discussion, we decided that because the Idaho State Police Lab and Hawthorne had essentially exhausted their resources, this is how I understood it, that we would move to the FBI because they had more resources available to pursue this particular avenue. Do you know what more resources the FBI had? The only thing I'm privy to was that they had more databases that they could compare the sample to. That was the extent to my knowledge. Do you have familiarity with the databases and the rules that apply to those? No, ma'am. I'll save those questions. What was your communications with the FBI about the IGG? So our communications were just via telephone. The sample was sent to the FBI. I don't remember the date it was given over to them. But after that, there were very few conversations. And if they happened at all, they were just telephonic, advising us that the process was still in the works and that they would let us know when or if they had anything of interest for us. Do you know what files or documents went to the FBI from Othram? I don't remember. Did you receive documents from the FBI in relation to IGG? Yes. I believe after the fact, after we received Kohberger's name, we did receive documents, but I don't remember what they were. Do you know how many documents related to IGG you received from the FBI? No, ma'am. I believe as a part of discovery, it was in the thousands of pages, to the best of my knowledge. Thank you for that. All right, so once you have Mr. Kohberger identified, what's your understanding of what that meant to have his name? Just in relation to the overall investigation, is that yes. So the only thing that was given to us was Bryan Kohberger's name. That was it. It was conveyed to us by the FBI that it was to be taken as no more than a tip. That was it. So once we received his name, we set up doing basically an independent verification of whether or not he was involved in this crime. I'm going to talk to you that a little bit more. But do you know why the FBI connected Bryan Kohberger to the case? So December 20th, if memory serves, we had a secondary meeting with the FBI via Teams. If memory serves, and they simply walked us through the family tree, how they did that. Now, I don't remember the details of all of that. It was an in-depth conversation that, to be honest, is above my head. But they essentially worked their way through the family tree and arrived at the conclusion that Bryan Kohberger was a person we should look into as a tip. That's the extent of my knowledge of how they did that. How was Bryan Kohberger, the name you received as a tip, linked to the case? He wasn't until after December 19th. What item of evidence did they link Bryan Kohberger to? I'm not sure what you're asking. As far as before December 19th, is that what you're referring to? Yeah. We didn't have one at that point. Why did you become interested in learning the identity of Bryan Kohberger? Not quite sure I understand your question. We were interested in anyone who would have been involved in this. The DNA from the knife sheath was obviously the one thing we had that we thought was a very strong piece of evidence in this case. So it was that particular piece that we pursued as a potential avenue of identifying a suspect. Is it your understanding that the FBI's work said that it was Bryan Kohberger's DNA on the sheath? That is not my understanding. What is your understanding? My understanding is that the FBI concluded that Bryan Kohberger was a possible source of DNA that we should look into. They did not, to my knowledge, at any point say Bryan Kohberger's DNA is on the knife sheath. That was never conveyed to me. On December 20th, when that happened, when he's somebody you should look into, what did you do? We had already started looking into him from the previous evening. So that day, December 20th, we began going through basically our sort of standard investigative procedures that we had been doing throughout the investigation for various leads, to include basic DMV searches, NCIC offline returns, NCIC searches. We have a database called TLO, which is a credit-based search we use to find basic information. So we started doing all those things looking for information on Mr. Kohberger. And what you found is that he didn't have a criminal history. Is that right? Correct. Talk to me about going to Pennsylvania for the trash pull. Well, I was not in Pennsylvania for the trash pull. I'll ask somebody else that later. All right, so after you received Bryan Kohberger's name, and he hasn't been on your radar at all before, is that right? Correct. All right. You have pursued interviews and surveillance video. Had you pursued evidence found inside the scene at 1122 King? Yes, ma'am. What efforts did you make to pursue unknown male B? You have to be more specific. I don't remember exactly where unknown male B came from. If I told you the lab report showed unknown male B came from a blood spot on the handrail going between the second and the first floor, does that help jog your memory? Yes, ma'am. Why did you not pursue that person? At that point in time, we had already received Mr. Kohberger's name, and from what my understanding was, entering another DNA profile into CODIS would remove the previous one we had from the knife sheath. So if memory serves, the discussion was we'd hold off. We'll stay with the one from the knife sheath. If we need to, we can address the unknown male B at a later time. I want to make sure I understand your testimony. Were you not aware of unknown male B until after December 19th when you knew Bryan Kohberger's name? No, ma'am. I was aware of that before, yes. How about unknown male D? Again, you're going to have to be more specific. If I told you unknown male D comes from a lab report from a sample of blood on some gloves outside the house, does that refresh your memory? Yes, ma'am, it does. You're aware of that too? Yes, ma'am. I want to back up and talk about the affidavits. I think you told me in a prior hearing that you were the person that wrote Exhibit A, or the affidavit in support of the search warrants, when it came to looking for things about Bryan Kohberger. Did I understand that right? Yes, ma'am. And that affidavit, when you began, was that on about December 23rd to get records? As far when I started writing the affidavit, is that what you're referring to? The first search warrant that applied to Bryan Kohberger, I believe it was December 23rd, yes. When did you begin writing that affidavit? I began writing that affidavit long before that. It has been a running affidavit because at the beginning of it, there was a walkthrough of the crime scene. There's numerous things. It was a living document, so we just add information to it. I'd say that document started, I don't know, couldn't give an exact date, a couple of weeks prior to that, even before we knew Mr. Kohberger's name. Help me understand what parts were added after you knew Mr. Kohberger's name? Well, to walk down the line best I can. So obviously, there's the initial component, which is the crime scene, the testimony from the roommates. Then after it shifts to, I believe the first mention of the component was that Bryan Kohberger was pulled over by Corporal Duke on a traffic stop. He was also contacted by Washington State University police. His vehicle was ran by WSU PD officers. Then after that, we included trying to walk down through the thing without it in front of me. Then we included the vehicle information that was about the white Elantra. And after that, we included his residence and that he had hit license plate readers, or his vehicle had been seen on license plate readers between Moscow or Pullman, and Pennsylvania. And then there was a component about where he lived in Pennsylvania. Let's go back to the time before you started adding the traffic stop. That affidavit contained some information that you gained from other officers. Is that right? Yes, ma'am. Okay. And you didn't write large parts of that affidavit. Is that also right? I took a lot of language from experts and other officers and agents. That's correct. Are you aware your affidavit, your living document, was claimed by other people as their own original document? Not giving you credit, but claimed as their own? Are you aware of that? Yes, ma'am. Are you aware that you know because Nicholas Balance was collocated with you? Did the two of you continually work on language to satisfy what the prosecutor wanted to see for probable cause? Yes, ma'am. Did you and Nick Balance produce a map to show a possible route of travel for your suspect? Yes, ma'am. And Your Honor, I am at defendant's 1A. I can either put it up here or approach the court with the map. Can I see what you're referring to? There's been a lot of Exhibit A's in this case. Just as housekeeping, you had mentioned you stipulated to the omission of sounds like a large chunk of records, 1,000 pages. Yes, Your Honor, it's the stack of exhibits that came behind the amended Franks motion from the defense. Okay. And you want me to search through that to find stuff that you want me to rely on? I don't. I'm happy to give you my copy. No, I don't mean that. As you know, I entered an order in this case that I'm not going to scour the record to find things that support your claims in this case. You have to cite them particularity. And so I get concerned when I'm told I'm going to get a large document to be admitted that doesn't sound like it's going to be the focus of an actual hearing, or much of it. Well, Your Honor, I do have quite a few more questions for this detective. I'm trying to be mindful of my role here with him as far as the Franks and his work in IGG. But when it's time for me to argue Franks, what I planned to do was to argue from the exhibits, identify them for the court, and hand the court my copy. So I don't expect the court to thumb through all the D1 and D2s. I just didn't bring another 1,000 pages with me. The court, I understand. My concern wasn't so much what I had in front of me as actual paper. My concern is littering the record with things that are not referred to. If you're going to refer to specific documents in there, that's fine. But don't expect me to go looking at things you don't refer to necessarily. Oh, I absolutely understand that, Your Honor. Those were all put in so that counsel would be advised. The fact that I have to admit this group of documents does not mean it is something that can be relied on, absent you actually using it. Absolutely, I understand that, Your Honor. I don't expect the court to read my mind. Thank you for that. Detective, I'm going to attempt to put this map up here. Is that the map you and Nicholas Balance came up with to help with probable cause? Yes, ma'am. Thank you. I'm going to leave that there for just a minute, and I'm going to ask you some other questions. I want to back up to the part of the first affidavit. This is asking for AT&T records. Is that right? Yes, ma'am. And this AT&T record, is that the first set, 48 hours of AT&T records? Yes, ma'am, I believe so. And are these AT&T records related to a phone Mr. Kohberger had? Yes, ma'am. All right. And so in doing this affidavit, you have this working document. And I'm going to start with DM. If I say DM, do you know who I'm talking about? Yes, ma'am, I do. And she is one of the roommates. Is that right? We're sealed. You can use the name. I can use the name. Trying to get a habit. Redacted. Who is she? She is one of the surviving roommates. And how many times was redacted DM interviewed by law enforcement at the time you wrote this December 23rd report? If memory serves, it was 4, I think 3 or 4. In the affidavit, you wrote a statement that she had heard Kaylee go upstairs, yell, "Someone's here," and run back downstairs. Is that correct? Yes, ma'am. And you used the words, "she thought she heard." Do you remember that? Miss Jennings, Your Honor, I'm going to object. I'm objecting based on the scope of what this testimony is supposed to be. My understanding was it was limited solely to the issue of Franks and IGG. I was just about to ask the question. I don't recall the statements of DM being a subject of a motion to suppress separate from the Franks issue. Am I correct about that? That is correct, Your Honor. Okay, so we're not at a Franks hearing on that issue. The only issue we are at a Franks hearing on is the IGG. All right. Well, let me rephrase. Let me start from a different place. Also, the court also sustained the objection by Ms. Taylor. Let's go to the part of your affidavit for December 23rd, AT&T 1, the part where you put in things particular to Bryan Kohberger. You put in the affidavit a traffic stop, I believe, from August in Moscow, Idaho. Is that right? Yes, ma'am. That traffic stop, was that on your radar before December 19th when you learned of Bryan Kohberger's name? No, ma'am. The next thing you relied on was a traffic stop at WSU. Is that right? Yes, ma'am. Was that traffic stop on your radar before you knew of Bryan Kohberger's name on December 19th? No, ma'am. You put in information about front license plates being missing from Pennsylvania cars. Is that right? Yes, ma'am. The 1112 video did not show enough of the vehicle that you could see whether it had a front license plate. Is that right? That sounds correct, yes. So it was after you learned of Bryan Kohberger's name that became a part of your affidavit. Is that right? Yes, ma'am. Let's talk about the vehicle's identification for a minute before I run back down through the rest of the affidavit after Bryan was identified. When you worked with Special Agent Emmel to identify a vehicle, was there more than one vehicle he identified? I don't believe there was. If memory serves, it was just the Hyundai Elantra. Would you agree he was most comfortable with the years 2011 to 13? Miss Jennings. Object, Your Honor, for the same reason. I don't understand the scope related to IGG. Miss Taylor. Your Honor, I'm going to ask for a little leeway on this one. I think it will be clear in about 2 more questions. It is a sealed proceeding. I will be arguing it at Frank's. I don't want to pollute the record, so approach. And I guess there was a bench conference. Miss Taylor, they looked for 2011 to 2013. It was their bolo. It was after Bryan was identified by IGG, they expanded the search. The court, that relates to what? It's going to relate to Frank's, but it has to do with the IGG and when they identified him. I have about 2 more questions along with this line. You have to separate Frank's motion regarding the scope of the car search. Absolutely. That we're not here for today. We're here for the IGG. I get the idea that if the IGG is suppressed, the warrants based on IGG is suppressed. That affects a lot of other things, right? But I don't think you need to get into the evidence of that at this point because it's a part of the Franks. There's a separate Franks motion on that. There absolutely is. The next question I'm going to get to in the affidavit after the IGG was the police and Pullman running the car. And he has laid it out in the affidavit after the IGG without stating it. So I'm doing the IGG part with him now. That car is a different year than the one the bolo is for. That's as far as I'm going with the car at this hearing. Counsel, Ms. Jennings, I don't understand what that has to do with the IGG. It's a part of a Franks hearing related to the vehicle ID. I understand her timeline, but I think that point has already been made. Ms. Taylor, this was when I was allowed to explore this witness since he's already here and we paid for him to come here. Yeah, but I didn't open up everything to Franks because we couldn't get into all the other things that I understood we could get into the entirety of the Franks on IGG, which is why I allowed it. And that's where we're going to stick to today. Ms. Taylor, IGG flows. It makes everything. Well, I'm not suggesting we get into the Franks issue that sprung, in part, from IGG because those are separate based, right? And so I think we need to just talk about the specific IGG stuff today in terms of Franks. There is not a separate motion to suppress based solely on that and not the IGG. If I'm not mistaken, a part of the Franks motion to suppress which, I'm not following, I'm sorry. There are motions to suppress that are not Franks related, right? I'm not going there. That's the evidence we can put on today. But I thought Hey guys, give me a minute. I had an internet outage. Cece, do you know what page number I left off of? I'm sorry. Hang on, I'm going to see if I can find where I left off. My internet must be the weather here. Can y'all guys hear me? Okay, I see that. Hang on, I'm going to enlarge this. Yes, ma'am, I believe so. Hang on. Okay, guys, forgive me. I am going to see if this is, there are various Frank's motions in which to suppress one of the Frank's motions that the, okay, let me see if I went back. Okay, I got that one. Okay. Okay, I'm going to leave off here. Yes, ma'am. What led to that decision? That decision was a collaborative decision we made, that the decision in an effort to independently verify the information that was provided to us as a tip from the FBI, in much the same way we would any other tip in law enforcement. So it was not in any way meant to obfuscate, I can't even talk tonight, any sort of information. It was simply, can we validate Mr. Kohberger's involvement in this incident, or can we not? That was it. As a group effort, you decided to intentionally leave that out of your affidavit? Yes, ma'am. Given the limitations at this point, I think that's all my questions. All right. Okay. Give me 1 second. I'm going to take a drink and clear my throat. Okay, guys. This is the cross-examination by Miss Jennings. Good morning, Detective. I only have one question for you. Let's go back to December 19th, December 20th, and the information that was provided to the team, correct? It was a team. Yes, ma'am. And who all was a part of this team that was receiving this information telephonically from the FBI? So there were several of us. Yourself, Mr. Thompson was there, Daryl Gilbertson from the Idaho State Police, Ed Jacobson from the FBI. I believe there were a couple of other folks from the FBI and ISP in the room. I don't remember exactly who they were, and then myself. There was numerous people that were involved. Would it have been essentially the team leaders for the investigation? Yes. Was this any different than any other information sharing that occurred during this case? Not at all. There was routine team discussions? Yes, ma'am. We had 2 official briefings every day of the investigation, morning and evening. So twice a day, we would all link up. And that was not just the command team. That was everyone who was actively on an interview would come back to the police department, sit in the same room, and discuss the information that was learned from that day. So it was very common throughout this investigation for us to be in the same room discussing the same information. So you weren't the only so you were not the only investigator receiving information from various sources. Absolutely not. So when we talk about this Exhibit A, that wasn't necessarily just an Exhibit A. No, ma'am, it was not. It was all the information that the investigators had up to that point. Yes, ma'am. That is an accurate statement. Now, related to the IGG and the information you were provided by the FBI, in the information provided, did you receive any medical information about Bryan Kohberger? No, ma'am. We did not. I don't have anything further. Thank you. Redirect. Ms. Taylor, yes, Your Honor, thank you. Okay, I was just seeing if I'm still there. By Ms. Taylor. Ms. Jennings was just talking to you about the team. I guess that got together a couple of times from November 13th until December 19th or 20th. Is that our target time right now? Yes, ma'am. Who from the FBI was a part of those daily meetings? Like I said, Special Agent Jacobson was there. Maria Tyndall was there. I believe Special Agent Rob Hill was involved. I'm trying to think of other names. I don't remember any. There were others. I just don't remember who they were. I apologize. That's okay. How about who else from Moscow Police Department? So Captain Baker was there. I believe usually Detective Vargas was there. Sometimes Chief Fry would sit in on those meetings. Most nights, Captain, is that Dollinger? Anthony Dollinger was in those meetings from MPD. I'm trying to think of all the others. Basically, the whole command team from MPD itself would be in those meetings, and then whoever else was available from the investigation section would also come in. Who from ISP was there? Darren Gilbertson was there. I believe Detective Joe Lake was there most days. I can't remember who else was consistently there. I remember those 2 for sure. Lieutenant Mike Mooney was in those meetings. That was 3 off the top of my head. When was the first time you talked about the identification of Bryan Kohberger in those meetings? As far as we knew of him, December 19th. How many hours of meetings do you think you had up until the identification of Bryan Kohberger? Goodness, many. I don't know. It was a lot. Twice a day, every day? Yes, ma'am. 7 days a week? If not more than that, yeah. Thank you. That's it. Thank you, Detective. You can step down. Defense can call its next witness. I'm sorry? You can call your next witness. Rylene Nolan, do you solemnly swear or affirm to the testimony you're about to give now before the court is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Having been duly sworn, testifies as follow. This is Miss Taylor on direct. Good morning. Good morning. Will you please state your name for the record? Rylene, Rylene, Nolan, Nowlin. I think you've done this before, a few times. How are you employed? I'm employed as a forensic laboratory manager with the Idaho State Police Forensic Services Laboratory in Meridian, Idaho. How long have you worked for Idaho State Police Forensics Laboratory? I have worked for Idaho State Police Forensic Services since 2002. Do you have prior experiences similar? Prior to my employment with ISP, I did not. How were you trained for your job? I have formal education. I was originally hired as a forensic scientist in the biology DNA unit. As such, I was required to have a degree in biology, biochemistry, or similar. I was required to have coursework in genetics, molecular biology, biochemistry, and statistics. And then I completed the Idaho State Police Forensic Services specialized training program in biology screening, as well as in DNA analysis, as well as in DNA database analysis. And then I've completed hundreds of hours of continuing education over my years. Are you a member of any professional organizations? Yes, ma'am. Which ones? I am a member of the Northwest Association of Forensic Scientists, the American Association of Forensic Sciences, and the American Society of Crime Laboratory Directors. Are you a part of a collaborative? Yes. I am a member of the National Technology and Validation Implementation Collaborative. What is that one about? That is a group comprised of laboratory management, typically. It depends on which portion or subsection of the collaborative that have gathered together to generate ideas for best practices and guidelines for new technologies coming into forensics. Would IGG be a new technology coming into forensics? That is one of the technologies. However, our group refers to it as FIGG, Forensic Investigative Genetic Geology. FIG, okay. I'll try to remember that. That's the one I want to talk about today. So your group is talking about best practices, and I'm just going to say FIG. Is that right? That's one of our areas of focus, correct? Are you doing that because there are practices that are important in that discipline? We are doing that because it's a new technology coming into forensic world, and not every laboratory manager has a background in DNA. We also have a group of firearms because not every laboratory manager has a background on firearms. And it's just a resource for those managers as they're looking to implement new technologies. You mentioned best practices. Does that have anything to do with things that I might refer to as standards or procedures or protocols? No. What does best practices mean? Best practices is a recommendation based on the current knowledge in the field. There are organizations that come up with standards for different fields, but this group, that is not their purpose. In your lab, do you have standards and procedures and protocol? Our laboratory does have. We call them analytical methods, as well as our quality system. Analytical methods and quality systems mean the same thing as procedures and protocols? Yes. What does that mean to you? What it means to me, our laboratory is an accredited laboratory. So we have a set of accreditation standards that we must meet. In order to do that, we have set quality policies as well as analytical methods for each discipline. That ensures that we are consistently performing our scientific and analyses in a way that has been validated and shown to be proper for the testing that's being conducted. And it also shows that we are meeting the national standards by which we are accredited. In addition, DNA has additional standards that they must meet called the FBI's Quality Assurance Standards for forensic casework laboratories, as well as for forensic databasing laboratories. I want to start with the first part of it. You mentioned, I think, that there's standards and protocol. My definition of them, that helps assure your work so that somebody can look and see what you did and maybe get the same result or understand what you did. Do I understand that right? Yes. It's the methods we follow, and yes, that we would be one application someone could look and see what we did. Now, you mentioned at the very end of what you told me before, DNA has something separate. Correct. What do you mean? Because our laboratory is a participant in the National DNA Index System. It's commonly referred to as CODIS, which stands for Combined DNA Index System. We are a subject to additional standards set forth by the FBI because they manage that database. What are those standards? Those standards are known as QAS standards. They cover everything from when I listed the classes I had at the beginning. They decide what classes a DNA analyst coming in should have, what education a DNA technical leader should have, what things need to be included in a validation study, how many facilities need to be controlled. It covers the gamut of testing. Validation studies. What does that mean? I'm going to take a sip. Hang on. Sorry about that. When a new chemistry, a new instrument, a new procedure is coming online in the laboratory, we perform a study to ensure that the chemistry, instrument, or procedure is working or receiving the expected results. Okay? And to be sure, you have to do that because you use CODIS. Our DNA section has to do that because we use CODIS. The rest of the laboratory, because of the part of the accreditation standards. Tell me what CODIS is briefly. CODIS, Combined DNA Index System, is essentially a national DNA database. It exists on 3 levels. There's a local level, excuse me, my eyes just jumped off. There's a local level, your county sheriff's office, local PDs. There's a state level, which is typically the state laboratory. It is limited to public laboratories, and then the national level. In Idaho, The Idaho State Police Forensic Lab in Meridian is the only DNA lab in the state. So there are no local labs in the state of Idaho, and the database contains different indices. There is a forensic index. Those are profiles obtained from items of evidence. There's an offender index. Those are samples from convicted of qualifying offenses in your state as determined by your state legislature. If your state legislature allows arrestees, there's an arrestee index. There's also a missing persons index and for remains. Do you have any special role with the CODIS database? Currently, I'm a CODIS user. That is my only role at the moment. What was your role in the fall of November 2022? A CODIS user. Do you have any administrative responsibilities with CODIS? Not currently. Have you in the past? In the past, I have served as the alternate state administrator for Idaho. For CODIS DNA that goes into CODIS, what kind of profile is used? If I'm understanding the question correctly, there's different types of DNA profiles, and what goes into CODIS is known as an STR profile or a short tandem repeat. What kind of information is in a short tandem repeat or STR? Can I give you a brief explanation about DNA? Sure. So DNA is a substance that's found in the cells of our body. It's acting as a blueprint. It tells our body what form to take and how to function. Between individuals, it is over 99% the same. That is why we all have the same basic structure, and our bodies function in basically the same way. In forensics and in STRs, we are targeting that less than 1% that is unique to an individual, with the exception of identical twins. And so areas of DNA that vary widely between individuals don't code for anything typically, so it doesn't tell us anything about a person. When I look at an STR profile, I can tell you if that person is genetically male or genetically female, and that is all. Do you know what an SMP profile is? I do. What is that? An SMP profile is a single nucleotide polymorphism. So you're looking at a single nucleotide, whereas the STR is a series of repeating nucleotides. A specific repeat, that we're looking for. Sorry, guys. The SMP then is at a closer look of a person's good Lord. I know genetics, but I can never say, is it genome? I would like to state I am not an expert in SMPs. I'm not qualified in the SMP technology and have not been qualified in the SMP technology. With STRs, depending on the chemistry, you're looking at anywhere from 13 to 25 plus locations. With SMPs, my understanding is in general, you're looking at a minimum of 10,000. Does that mean there's more information about a human contained in an SMP than there is in an STR profile? Mr. Nye, Your Honor, I'm going to object at this point. This witness is not disclosed as an expert, and she just testified she's not an expert in SMP technology, the court. I appreciate that with the respect to her answer, and I will take that into account in the event that the defense intends to rely on that testimony. I took it as a sort of a background about her general knowledge. I'll allow it for now. I'm not taking it as expert testimony about the SMP beyond the basic understanding of what a SMP is. Thank you. Do you remember my question? Yes. I would assume if you're looking at a larger part of a human genome, that would be getting a larger amount of information about someone. I have one more question about CODIS, and then I want to move into different areas. I'm sure you do. Excuse me for that. You mentioned there's 4 indexes, and you talked about a forensic index, correct? Sorry, forensic index. The answer was correct. What is that one used for? The forensic index is where profiles generated from items of evidence can be uploaded. There are rules about what can be uploaded, though. It cannot match someone known to be a victim of a crime. It cannot match someone whose DNA should be in a place outside of a crime being committed. It cannot be anything taken directly from a suspect of a crime where you would reasonably assume their DNA would be present. It must be related to a crime, and it must be believed to be from a putative perpetrator of that crime. So if I understand it, you use DNA, get an STR, and only under certain circumstances can you use CODIS. Do I understand that right? Correct. Okay. Outside of CODIS, and I understand what that does, if you create a profile, a DNA profile of somebody, is that a separate thing you do in your lab, even if you're not going to run them through CODIS? Yes. We receive items of evidence or samples from known individuals. We generate a DNA profile from those. Did you become involved in a homicide in Moscow from 2022? Involved as the manager of the laboratory in Meridian, I haven't actually done any work on any evidence in the case or issued any reports. All right. Is it fair to say you did not go to that residence then? Correct. As the lab manager, do you understand about what evidence has come into the lab from that case? There was a lot of evidence submitted. I have a general knowledge of items that have come in, but I could not provide you a detailed list off the top of my head. That's okay. I won't ask you to. Thank you. Don't blame them. As a lab manager, are you aware of different bits of testing that were done related to this case? In general, yes. Are you aware of a profile called Unknown Male A? Yes. Where did that come from? To my recollection, Unknown Male A came from a swab taken from a knife sheath that was submitted by Moscow PD. Are you aware of Unknown Male B? I believe that was another sample. From hearing the previous testimony, that was from in the house. I would only want you to testify from your own basic knowledge. From my own memory, I don't recall exactly where B was from. Are you aware that IgG or forensic, or we'll say FIG, was used in this case? Yes. What was your role in that? My role, specific to this case, was facilitating the signing of a memorandum of understanding, making sure all parties received it and had signed it. Those parties being the police agency, the prosecuting attorney's office, as well as a member of ISP's management team. And then, when the preliminary report was received, my job was to look over it, ensure that it had all the required pieces in the report, and then to authorize payment of the invoice for that testing. What role did you have with the laboratory that was going to perform the FIG work? As far as how we came to be in contract with them, so when ISP decided to pursue a contract with a laboratory that can perform the SMP testing that we talked about earlier, we're a state agency, so we don't just get to call up anybody and hire them. So we had to go through a bid process. So part of my role was developing the scope of work for that invitation to bid, as in what we expected the vendor to perform. And then when the bids came in, I was involved in the team that evaluated the documents that were submitted. And then ultimately, the division of purchasing determined who won the bid. Did ISP Forensic have a contract with this laboratory, Othram? They were the winning bid through that process. And so they were under contract with the Department of Purchasing, correct? Is the contract with the Department of Purchasing that you perform these services and we pay you for them, essentially, or does it have more meat to it to talk about some of the things that you were talking about, how you helped develop, I guess, the job description and what would be required? I am not really familiar with Department of Purchasing's day-to-day operations or how they operate. My role was strictly developing that scope of work. We expect them to develop the profiles that can be uploaded to the public genealogy databases. Sorry, guys, my throat's getting dry. We expect them to provide us a written report. We expect the report to contain certain things, to have a header, to have a date, to list the case numbers, have page numbers, those kinds of things. Outside that description of scope of work and the requirements, did your lab have a separate contract with Othram that basically said you agreed to do these things? We had that. We had that they won the bid from the Division of Purchasing, and that's the state's contract for performing that work. You mentioned a memorandum of understanding you helped facilitate to be signed by parties. Was Othram one of those parties that signed that? No. This is a memorandum between the law enforcement agency, the prosecuting attorney's office, and the laboratory. And in that memorandum of understanding, that indicated that the interim Department of Justice, the Department of Justice, I'm getting tongue-tied tonight. The Department of Justice interim policy applied. Is that right? I believe it did. I don't have the exact text memorized. If I showed you a copy of that memorandum of understanding, would that help you remember if that was part of it? Yes. Your Honor, if I have just a moment to gather that, it's not being offered as an exhibit. Just refreshing, it's innate in her memory. Show it to the state's counsel. Does looking at that refresh your memory as to whether the Department of Justice interim policy applied? It does say in the first paragraph that it did apply. And Your Honor, I'm going to refer to Defense Exhibit D19 here and ask the witness to be shown that. And then I'll provide the court my copy. When was this filed? That would have been filed with the amended Franks motion on the bottom of that page. I'm sorry. I've got thousands of filings. I have to go by date to find things. I think it was November 18th or 20th. At the bottom of the page, however, you can see some numbers in red, and those were numbered to make it easier to find. I just need to find it in the computer first, all right? I found it in my printed documents. Is that the Department of Justice interim policy? Yes, the Department of Justice interim policy on FGG DNA analysis and searching. And in the section 7, I believe it's section 7 or page 7, investigative caution, that section, let me ask you the question. Are you familiar with the provision in that policy that says if there's a prosecution case, if somebody is arrested and there's a prosecution case, all items in the FIG should be preserved for court purposes? I believe that is part of. I don't think it's in the section 7. It might be, but I believe that's part of preserving. Okay. What I want to know is, what did Othram preserve? I don't know. What did you get back? We received a preliminary report. In other cases, we sometimes get back the DNA extract that was sent to them. I don't recall if we got that back in this case. Anything our laboratory receives, we return to the submitting agency. Would validation be a part of that, validation studies? I wouldn't assume so. I wouldn't assume that would be a part of this, no. Would bench notes be important? The court, I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. What notes? Bench notes, lab bench notes. Thank you. For our laboratory, we designate those as a part of our case record. I'm not familiar with what designates as a part of their case record by Miss Taylor. So I guess that means you don't have any of those? No, only the preliminary report. All right. I will move to a different area of questioning, and it's about the requirements with Othram. You mentioned the goal was to create profiles and create a report, but to search public databases. Correct. There are public genealogy databases that will allow entry of law enforcement samples, and that is the part of the scope of work. They were required to enter it into those databases. And are you aware there are databases that do not allow law enforcement to search? Yes. Were you a part of work after Othram began their work to try to do an investigation? I was not. As far as, I guess I'm unclear, we received evidence submitted to the laboratory before, during, and after for all sections. Is that what you're referring to? Let me rephrase my question. I think that question was too broad. While Othram was doing their work, were you a part of any work to help Othram? For instance, did you get any documents that you did some research on to try and help Othram? No. Were you aware that Othram was just stopped from doing any further work at some point? I was aware of that. And was this before they produced any result? No. We received a preliminary report. I recall receiving that because that's how I know I can approve payment of the invoice. So I know We received that prior to them being told they were stopped. Were you a part of the decision to stop them? I was not. How did you find out about it? I found out about it in an email from my laboratory system director. Do you remember when that happened? I don't recall. Does the forensic lab continue to contract with Othram? Yes. If Othram had a file that would have had validation studies and bench notes, anything they did on the case, would you have received that? Again, validation studies would be odd to associate with individual cases, so I wouldn't assume they would do that. Again, I'm not familiar with their procedures, and as far as who would receive documents, usually it would be, I would assume, the agency which received the preliminary report. You mentioned you're not familiar with their procedures. Not in detail, no. What procedures are you familiar with? For Othram? Yes. As a part of the bid process, all of the bidders were required to submit, I believe they were required to submit their procedures. And it was essentially just looking over them to say, yes, they have a procedure in place for extracting DNA. Yes, they have a procedure in place for doing SMPs. So yes, they meet the minimum for the invitation to bid. But again, I'm not qualified in that technology, so I wouldn't have studied them or rendered an opinion on them. I won't ask for your opinion on them. I won't ask you to quote them to me, but you saw those? Yes, at the very beginning of the bid process. Let's switch gears. In the case we are here for today, do you recall there being a trash pool? I recall receiving evidence from a trash pool, correct? What role did you have in deciding anything about the trash pool? Nothing about the trash pool occurring. I do recall there being a brief. I can't remember if it was a phone meeting or a video meeting, and just being asked in general what items from someone's trash are good for DNA. Did you give your advice? I don't know if it was me specifically or another member of our DNA unit, but we did offer suggestions on items that are good for DNA. Did you receive the items to test? Yes. What instructions were you given about those items? The discussion was a person of interest had been developed and to analyze the items from the trash to determine if they could be inclusive of the DNA profile that was developed from a knife sheath, unknown, male A. What date was that you received the trash? The trash was received into the laboratory on December 28th of 2022. So you were looking for a male profile, correct? All right. Did you find male profiles? I didn't perform the actual testing, but yes, there were male profiles developed. How many? I don't know. Do you know anything about either male profile or any item of them? I believe one of the male profiles designated as E was determined they could be a biological parent or a child of the profile from the knife sheath. And are you aware that Bryan Kohberger's DNA was in the trash? I was not aware. Did you become aware? I became aware later we didn't have his name at that time. You didn't know his name on December 28th. No, I did not. Okay. On December 28th, were you aware that not male E, but another male profile had been identified from the trash pool? I knew there were some mixtures of DNA that were also included. One of the mixtures, did it have a DNA profile? A male DNA profile, sorry guys. I believe it did. And wasn't that profile the major component of that profile with a minor female? I believe that sounds correct. And later, didn't that return to Bryan Kohberger? We actually did not perform that comparison. Did you and I have a discussion a few weeks ago? We did. Did you tell me that you knew that to be Bryan Kohberger's DNA? I said I thought that was, and I could not find the report where he had done that comparison. I have since looked through, and we did not make that comparison. So I cannot say that he was included in that mixture. Our laboratory did not do that comparison. But a DNA profile was made for that mixture, is that right? Yes. And there's a minor female and a major male. That is my understanding. And you could, by eye, look at that and tell that's Bryan Kohberger, couldn't you, if you wanted to? If I wanted to, I could probably look. I did not. Okay. You could still do it today if you wanted to. If there was a request to do the comparison again, we don't do a visual comparison evidence to evidence. Our procedures don't allow us to do that for probative comparisons. I need you to help me understand that a little bit. I'm having that question because I understand there was an unknown male B found on lab item 30. Do you know what I'm talking about? No. Okay. Well, I also understand that there was a cigarette butt taken from somebody in connection with the case investigation. Are you familiar with that? I am familiar with that. And that was compared to the DNA on the knife sheath. Is that right? Yes. And that was found to be excludable. Am I using that word right? It was an exclusion, correct? So you compared something that was taken from somebody to an item of evidence. Is that right? Something that was a secondary reference, as in someone identified it as they saw that person using that item. When they saw that person dispose of that item was collected and used as a reference sample from the person because there was someone who said that it is from that person. Give me 1 second for a quick drink. Okay, when you got the trash to go through the lab, you knew that you were looking for a male, right? Correct. And you knew that the male and his family members lived in a house that produced that bag of trash. Is that right? Yes, but not who produced each individual item in that trash pool. Okay. It wasn't labeled. This water bottle is from a person of interest. This tissue is from a sibling. This Q-tip is from a parent. We didn't have that information. It was just, here's some items from a trash pool. And one of those items you took and developed male E, I did not, but yes, the laboratory did. In general, the lab developed male E, correct. And compared male A and male E, there was a paternity statistic calculated because they were both single source profiles, meaning only from one individual. Okay, and there's another male profile, that was a part of the mixture to my knowledge, meaning more than one person's DNA present on that item. Again, only one male though, is that right? So when there's a mixture of an item of evidence, I don't know if you want me to explain the process. The first step is determining number of contributors to that mixture. Then our laboratory utilizes a software program to help break out the components of that mixture. When one of the individuals is male, it's not always possible to say the gender of that second person. Males have an X and a Y chromosome. Females only have an X. So if there's an X and a Y present, it could be one male. It could be two males. It could be a male and a female. Without comparing known reference samples, I can't say that. And I haven't seen the profile to my knowledge. Okay. Did you tell me, though, on that sample, and I'm talking about 95.9.1, that was a male and a female? I believe that. I don't know if it was designated as that in the laboratory report. To my knowledge, it was. I can't remember what the report said. Again, I didn't generate the report and I didn't do the work. So I'm not familiar with it as if it was my own work. Okay. Male B was also a mixture, wasn't it? I don't know. Okay. If it was designated as unknown male B, again, I don't know if it was from a mixed sample or not. Your Honor, if I may have just a moment, thank you for that. Just a couple of other questions for you. As it relates to male E, it was compared to the sheath. Is that right? Correct. A paternity comparison. Male E profile was compared to a lot of other evidence items in the case, wasn't it? Correct. And you are allowed to do manual interpretation per your policy, right? If there is, so it's not black and white. So if it's a single source and we can look at it and say that that person is excluded, they are not the source of the DNA, then yes, that can be done manual. And by manual, I mean a person looking for it. If it is a probative comparison, and how we defined a probative comparison is if it's saying something about who could be the source of the DNA on an item of evidence that's relevant to the case, then no, we do not do a manual comparison and issue a statement about that because of our standards. We have to issue a statistic so that the trier of fact has something to gauge how unique that could be. What is the likelihood that the DNA could be from someone else? We provide that statistic. We don't just say it matches. That requires a statistical calculation, which we use as a probabilistic genotyping software to do. I apologize. I think I got lost in there. Are you telling me because it was a mix, you couldn't have done a manual interpretation on 95.91? Because it's a mixed profile, and because if it was, you're saying it was Bryan's DNA, Bryan Kohberger's DNA present, that would be a probative comparison in the case, which we have to provide a statistic in order to make that statement. In order to deconvolute a mixture, we are no longer allowed to do those manually. Deconvolute as in separate the mixture into its own components. We have a software. That software was not designed for, nor was it validated for, doing evidence-to-evidence comparisons. Now you're speaking my language. Validations are important for integrity, is that right? In forensics, our laboratory uses validations to ensure any tool is working properly. Now, at some point later, your lab issued a report saying matching the DNA on the sheath with DNA taken from Bryan Kohberger. Is that right? That's correct. A statistic was provided. Now, I want to talk to you about, we're talking about when we say sheath. You're familiar with what happened with the sheath for swabbing, is that right? I have seen the sheath, and I know how our laboratory performs swabbing of evidence. But I did not swab that item of evidence, nor did I see it being swabbed. As I understand it, though, you read the lab notes. At one point, I believe I did read the notes. I think I was asked a question, and the analyst was out of town or something. And I think you answered that question to law enforcement after consulting somebody else who was with the swabber when the sheath was swabbed. Is that right? It sounds familiar. If I understand the lab's reports, it's a single source on the knife sheath. Is that right? Correct. Does that mean it's only one person in that area? Yes. That was detected through our testing. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm going to check my mic for a second. Okay, sorry about that. I feel like, I don't know, because the weather has messed with my ears if I'm hearing things off or not. Okay, so a preserve for fingerprinting that. Okay, hang on 1 second. Let me go back a page, because do you know if that sheath, sorry guys, was a part of the preserve for fingerprinting? That swabbing was done first. That's our laboratory's standard order of processing. If DNA is needed and fingerprints, they will work together. Essentially, fingerprints, we will say we can see some possible ridge detail. So if you can avoid this area after DNA says we want to swab this, and they come to a decision of what would best suit that item of evidence to determine where to swab. So swabbing takes place first. I think I don't have any other further questions right now. Thank you. How long do you think you have? I'm just trying to gauge a break here, Mr. Nye. I'd say 10 minutes. Let's take 10 minutes and we'll be back. So court's in recess. Mr. Nye, you may inquire. Good morning. I just have a few questions for you today. So you talked about policies and procedures in the lab. Do you recall that testimony? Yes. And you talked about that there are policies and procedures related specifically to DNA. Is that correct? Correct. As a part of those policies and procedures, does the lab need to have a legitimate reason to test DNA? Yes. We only test DNA related to criminal investigations or to death investigations, and it needs to be an item that will answer a probative question in a case. So, for example, if someone at the lab wanted to test DNA out of curiosity about medical information, that would not be consistent with that policy. We don't do curiosity testing, and none of our testing would provide medical information. You also testified that you were involved in, or maybe primarily responsible for developing the scope of work request for Orthram. Is that correct? I was a part of that, yes. And was it a scope of work request? Sorry, guys, it just seems kind of repetitive. That just goes with, and this was my first one I've done. So I don't have vast experience in this process, but we're going to contract with the vendor, just going through and outlining what we expect to do as a part of that. And what do you recall about this request specifically? What were you requesting Orthram to do? Specifically, we were requesting them, if necessary, to perform DNA extraction, pulling the DNA out of the cells of an item of evidence. If necessary, our laboratory typically did that. We were requesting them to generate an SMP profile using their SMP array or whole genome sequencing. We were requesting them to upload that to all public databases that allow law enforcement samples. We were requesting them to generate a report. We were requesting them to notify us or to complete the lab portion of the work. Generation of the profile within 60 days, I believe. I believe there was also information in there about not publicly giving our case information to the public without our express permission, things of that nature. Was there anything in the scope of work requests related to medical information? No. So you weren't asking Orthram to determine if this DNA, the person whose DNA this was, had, for example, cancer. No. Now, in your position and in this case, you testified you didn't actually do any of the testing, but you read a lot of the reports that were involved. Is that correct? I have seen a lot of reports, correct. And of all your reports you read, have you seen that kind of information? No. The testing our laboratory doesn't generate any medical information. And you also talked about in the scope of work, Orthram was required to provide you with at least one report. At least one report, correct. And did you have a chance to review that? I have seen that report, yes. Did it contain medical information? No, it did not. Now, you also talked a little bit with Ms. Taylor about MOU. Do you remember that discussion? Yes. I just want to be clear. Who were the parties to that MOU? The parts to that MOU specific to this case were the Moscow Police Department, the Latah County Prosecuting Attorney's Office, and the Idaho State Police Forensic Services. So Orthram was not a party to that MOU, correct. And the FBI was not a party to that MOU, correct. And another part of your testimony, you spoke with Ms. Taylor about the trash pool. Do you recall that testimony? Yes. And that one of the samples that was pulled from the trash, that was a mixed sample. Your lab did not compare that. Is that correct? Correct. Can you explain why you did not compare that? So initially, we did not compare that because it was a mixed profile. We did not know the source of that profile, so it could be considered a secondary reference. So we deemed that to be an evidentiary sample. And we can't make a manual comparison of evidence to evidence, especially when there's a mixture. And if the analyst, again, I was not the analyst, if the analyst did the comparison and determined that unknown male A could have been in that mixture, it would have been inappropriate to compare those two samples together per our analytical methods. And so that decision not to compare that, who made that decision? That would have been the analyst that worked that case. So you weren't, to your knowledge, no one at that lab was advised, for example, by the lead investigator on this case, which of those items to test. No. You also gave some testimony about the knife sheath and the swabs on the sheath. Do you recall that? Yes. And I know you don't recall exactly where the knife sheath was swabbed, but we've been talking about policies. Do your policies or best practices suggest where a knife sheath or an item like that should be swabbed for DNA? No. It would be impossible for our analytical methods to cover how to swab or where to swab every single item of evidence. We receive quite a wide variety of items into the laboratory. So it's the analyst's job as a scientist, as a practitioner in forensic biology screening and DNA analysis, to know what they are targeting. So on this item, I believe there was also blood. So they would have been targeting that separate, and then also trying to determine who may have handled that. So they would have specifically honed in on that area that whoever handled it would have had to have touched, and maybe touched repeatedly. And why do they hone in on those areas in particular? Because that's the question we are trying to answer. In forensic DNA analysis, the questions we're trying to answer is, can we link assailant to victim to assailant, or one or both to the scene? So in this instance, my understanding, the sheath was found at the scene, so trying to link the possible perpetrator to the scene. And why in particular do you hone in the areas where this person may have handled the knife sheath? Because DNA is found in cells in our body, and that includes the skin cells that are sloughed off our hands when items are handled. So looking for any touch DNA is a term that is most often used, or from someone touching or handling an item. So if I'm understanding correctly, the analyst is swabbing the places that would most likely have that touch DNA. Correct. No further questions. Redirect. Thank you. Oh, Lord. Here we go with Taylor again. Sorry. Your Honor, I'd like to start by sharing a computer screen that I have approved with the prosecutor for refreshing her memory. It's just for request. I cannot talk. It's just for refreshing. It's not an exhibit. Yeah, it is. May I approach? Go ahead. We have established she doesn't remember, or are we just going to stipulate to it? Your Honor, I can ask the question. We can save time if you're going to stipulate to it. Mr. Nye, yeah, that's totally fine, Your Honor. Let's do that. Are you going to share the screen with the court or just her? It's just to refresh her memory, Your Honor. Gotcha. All right, this is Taylor on her redirect. We are talking at the end of my questions and where Mr. Nye just left off with you about the sheath, about where the sheath would have been swabbed. Reading the email that's been placed in front of you, does that refresh your recollection about what you believe to be the place the sheath was swabbed? Very much so. Where was it swabbed? The knife was swabbed the entire. Did you say the knife was swabbed? The witness. Sorry, the knife sheath. Am I allowed to read it? You're supposed to read it and let it refresh your recollection and then not read it, but just tell me a summary of where it was. The entire leather portion of the strap, both the top and bottom, and then the undersides of the button. I misspoke. She did not swab the top of the button because that was determined to be the most likely place for fingerprints to be found. The underside of the button, was it the part that the sticky out part would go into, or the sticky out part, or both? I can't tell from this. I would have to look at her notes. Okay, good enough. Thank you. A couple of follow-up questions for you. You answered a lot of questions from Mr. Nye about medical information and that your lab does not do testing for medical information. Is that because you do STR or YSTR testing and not SMP testing? Correct. Our laboratory performs both STR and YSTRs, and those don't yield medical information. The MOU that you reviewed and remembered the Department of Justice interim policy applied to the circumstances in this case. Do you know who else the interim policy applies to? Based on what is stated in the interim policy, it applies to public laboratories like ours that receive federal funding in cases where federal funding is being used. In Mr. Kohberger's case, there was federal funding being used. To my knowledge, I don't know if we did use federal funding in this case. Do you recall talking to me a couple of days ago? Yes. And do you recall telling me that you did? I do recall telling you that we had a grant in place. But again, I authorized payment of the invoice, but which fund the funds come out of, I don't know. And I apologize if I misspoke. Are you aware that the FBI FIG unit, I guess, took over and the FBI finished the genetic genealogy after authoring was stopped? I am aware we were authorized to turn it over, but as to what happened after that, I don't know. Okay, one more question for you. You talked to Mr. Nye a bit about not comparing the sample 95.91 to the sheath DNA. And I had asked you a little bit about your policy that allowed you to do the hand search, the manual search on that. Your policy does allow you to do a comparison, like it's either excluded or not excluded, though. Is that right? And I'm looking at policy 4.5.6. No, we can't report an exclusion. They aren't from the same source. But in order to say they are from the same source, considering they're from completely different areas, no, we would have to provide a statistic, and we can't do that. But you could have looked at it and said it's not excluded. That would be an indication that it's possible, and we would have to provide a statistic for that. And we have. So our biology section, you may be looking at our analytical methods. Biology section has their own quality manual for that, further discusses this. Your Honor, if I could have her shown this document to see if we can refresh her memory. For the record, identify what you're showing. What I'm showing her are a couple of pages out of the biology manual for the Idaho State Police Forensic Lab that is available online. So, Miss Nolan, if you look at the very bottom one, that's the one I'm having trouble squaring with your testimony. If that refreshes your recollection or helps me understand. So what this is talking about is that it may be beneficial to make a qualitative statement about evidence-to-evidence comparisons. However, there is another section of our biology quality manual that specifically states if it's a probative comparison, a statistic must be provided. But what this is saying, so, for instance, if you're in one room in a scene and there's multiple swabs that are tested, we can say these are consistent or these appear to be from the same unknown individual. Now, if I'm going to say these are from John Doe, I have to provide a statistic for each item and do a comparison of each item. Did I hear you say you compare if they're probative? If it's, which that wouldn't be, in my mind, a probative comparison. We have multiple items of evidence in the same room in a scene. We can say they appear to be consistent with the same unknown individual. That's not making any statement about who that individual might be. If I'm making a statement about who it might be, the source of that, then that is a probative comparison, and I need to provide a statistic. Before you make the comparison, before you make the comparison where maybe you write exclusion, you don't know if it's excluded or included, though. Is that right? I'm sorry. Could you repeat that? Yeah. Let me try and explain what I'm getting at. I'm not understanding why 95.9.1 couldn't have been manually looked at to do a manual comparison to the sheath DNA just to say excluded or not. When Male E was compared to multiple items of evidence and it was excluded, but you don't know that until you do the comparison. Is that right? Correct. So you can look at it manually, but if we're now making a probative statement, then we need to provide a statistic. And Male E was also a single source, which is different than the mixture of DNA from multiple people. All right. I don't think I have any other questions. Thank you. Maybe I can take those pages back from you. Thank you. You can call your next witness. Guys, I don't know if I'm saying this right. Matthew Gamet. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Having been duly sworn, testifies as follow. This is Miss Taylor on direct examination. Good morning. Good morning. Will you please state your name? Yes. My name is Matthew Gamet. MatthewGamette. How are you employed? I'm employed with the Idaho State Police Forensic Services, and I'm a laboratory system director. What does that mean to be What does that mean to be the laboratory system director? I oversee operations of the laboratory system. I oversee anything from purchasing, procurement, contracts, human resource type issues, and hiring and terminations. I also oversee things like just how the laboratory operates day to day. How long have you held that role? I have been with the Idaho State Police Forensic Services for just about 16 years, and I believe I've held this current role for about 10. Do you have prior experiences in a similar line of work? I do. Prior to working for the Idaho State Police, I worked for Washington State Patrol as a DNA analysis and also as a crime scene responder. How were you educated? I have a bachelor's degree from Brigham Young University. I also have a master's degree from Brigham Young University. And then I have continuing certificates from both West Virginia University and UC Davis. Are you involved in the collaborative group in TVIC? I am. What is that group? So that is the National Technology Implementation Collaborative. So currently my role there is to chair that group. As it relates to FIGG, what's the group's role with that field? So currently what we're working on, we have several different subcommittees in our forensic FIGG group. What that group is focused on is anything from policies, procedures, contract, things of that nature. Looking at the implementation of that technology into public forensic science laboratories. Why is that important? Why is the work of that group important? Let me ask a better question. Why is it important to have policies and procedures? In any public forensic science laboratory, we want to make sure we implement technology well, that we implement it in a robust way that it can be relied upon for things such as courts. And so we always want to make sure we're implementing a technology that we take a look at how that technology is being used and that we apply it well in the public laboratory space. Is that important for public trust? I believe so, yes. Are there other organizations that you're involved in the course of your work? Yes, I'm involved with several other forensic science organizations. How about ASCLD? Yes. What is that one? ASCLD, the American Society of Crime Lab Directors. And what is the purpose of that group? So that's the group of laboratory directors. It could be laboratory quality managers, laboratory leaders, in essence, are members of that organization. What is your role with that group? Currently, I report to the board of directors as the CFSO, the Consortium of Forensic Science Organization Liaison for the organization of ASCLD. Did you have a role in deciding Othram Labs should contract with Idaho State Police Forensic Labs? I did have a role, yes. What was your role? My role would be as the laboratory system director, making decisions on contracts that would be awarded. Did you decide that Othram should receive the contract? I did not. Did you work on the contract with Othram? I need to answer that question in a little bit different of a way than you asked it. If you'll give me some leeway, sure. I did not work specifically on the contract with Othram. However, I worked on the specifications that led to a contract being awarded to Othram. The specifications you worked on, did those end up becoming a part of the contract with Othram? Yes. What were those specifications? So there were a lot of specifications within the scope of work that we developed to send out for a general bid process. As we bid as a state agency, as we bid for a contract, we send out specifications that anyone has to comply with as they give us their documents and responses back on those things. Then we have the ability to look and make sure that they are compliant with those specifications that we have sent out. What were the specifications for Othram? There were a lot of specifications sent out on the request for proposals, intent to bid. There are a lot of different specifications that were sent out. Again, I have a recollection of some of them. I don't have a full memory of all of them. Will you share with us what you do recall? So things in that contract would specify that they use the interim policy. We also put things in there about them following environmental protection type provisions the federal government requires us to abide by. It also would have other things like reporting requirements back to us, billing procedures, a lot of different conditions we put in that to specify how they are going to work with us. When you say interim policy, are you referring to the Department of Justice interim policy? Yes. Did you care if they were an accredited lab? So at this time, as we were looking for a forensic investigative genealogy vendor or company to provide these services for us, we were not aware of any companies at that time that were accredited. Since that time, though, are you aware that companies do become accredited? Absolutely. Currently, there are definitely companies that are accredited in these services. At the time that this contract was bid, there were none to my knowledge. Did you look at the procedures and protocols of Othram before you decided? So I don't recall specifically myself reviewing those criteria. I know that there were manuals, protocols that were provided back to us as a part of that bid. Generally, I would provide those to others within our laboratory that were more qualified than I was looking at the specific technology. And I'm not qualified in FIG analysis. Do you recall if their instruments were validated? I do not recall. Would that be important to have their instruments validated? Validation is up to each laboratory and how they accomplish that. I can't speak to the working practices of Othram laboratories. Does Idaho State Police Forensic Lab validate their equipment? Yes, we do. To us, as an accredited laboratory, yes, that is an important part. How about retention of data or the ability to go back and rebuild the work or look at the work that was done? So we retain, in our cases, we retain our electronic data, we retain other notes and other things that we make as a part of our case records, part of our case file. We provide those to investigators and to the court as a normal business practice. Did Othram do that? In this case, I believe they gave us a report, or what was identified as a preliminary report. The contract specifies that they would keep any data or other things associated with that. For our purposes, we were most concerned that the data or anything else not be released to any other parties. And so our concern was more about data security. Hang on. Data privacy. And so in this case, I don't know if they have any other data or records that they have kept, they have retained. We had asked them as a part of the termination in this case of our work that they would preserve those things, or that they would communicate with both the prosecutor's office and with Moscow Police Department if any of that information was to be disposed or whatnot. Okay. Keep it or tell me somebody before you. Okay. Keep it or tell somebody before you get rid of it. Am I understanding that? Our specification was that if it stopped our process with them, that we were no longer in a contractual obligation with them on this case. Essentially, we were transferring ownership of anything of this case between them and Moscow PD and the prosecutor's office. The report that you ended up receiving from them, are you aware that that report doesn't provide details of how they did their work? I have seen the report, yes. I have seen what was in the report. Would you agree that what's in the report is far different than what the ISP forensic lab produces by the way of notes and photographs in connection with its works? We were not provided with analytical notes. We were not provided with data, to my knowledge. We were provided with what was identified to me as a preliminary report, which contained some of their genealogical work on the case and other things, such as potential nationalities. Is that different than what you produce when you produce a report at your lab? It's hard for me to answer that question because it's a different report. It's a different type of analysis. And so I can't make a qualification there. I can tell you in our DNA reports, we release the report, we release the analyst notes. As a general practice, we have the electronic data and other things available for disclosure. But that's our general practice. I can't speak to the process as Othram Labs and what they disclose, nor can I speak to what is normal for a release in a FIG case. Are you familiar with how they come up with an SMP? With that process where you get from the DNA sample to the SMP? In general, yes, but I'm not qualified in FIG analysis. Okay, I won't go too far with that. Okay. Are you familiar with how you get from a DNA sample to an STR sample for labs purposes? Yes. Are there similarities between the two processes from getting pieces of DNA to an end result profile that you can use? Similarities in process as far as extraction and quantitation of DNA, but as far as instrumentation used, methods and those kinds of things, very different processes. I've got to take a drink, guys. Hang on.
So some of the documents that ISP Forensic Lab produces that shows us those results, those would be similar to what you would expect to see with a SMP. I would assume, again, I'm not qualified in FIG analysis, so I cannot speak to what documents they may or may not produce. Let's move from there. Thank you for that. And let's talk about Othram being involved in the case that winds up being why we're here today. What communication did you have with Othram on the early end of the process? So, to my recollection, our early communication on this case was providing them with DNA that they would be able to develop, hopefully, an investigative lead for us on a case, that we had followed our processes through, and that we had put a sample into CODIS, that we had not received any hits off of CODIS. And then we would proceed with the next step of testing. We did have a contractual relationship with them since early in, I believe, 2021. And so we did have a contract with them in place. Was this the first case that Othram worked pursuant to that contract? No, I don't believe so. How did they get the DNA? The DNA sample itself? That DNA sample was delivered by Moscow PD in person to them at Othram's labs. Oh, that's interesting because Othram Labs, if I'm not mistaken, is in the Woodlands, Texas. Did you have any role in that part? I did. What did you do? I accompanied the officer from Boise down to Houston, and down to Othram Laboratory. I didn't have possession of the sample, but I was with the investigator that did. After that sample was delivered, did you have any communication with Othram further? Yes. What were those? So I had communications, to my memory, with them about what type of analysis we were asking them to do. Also, what type of searching. I remember they asked specifically for consent to do certain types of searching. We had to authorize things through memos and whatnot of them doing certain searching. Specifically, I believe it was family tree DNA that they needed an authorization for. I remember having significant discussion with them about YSTR testing and if or how that would be accomplished. Why did you want Othram to do YSTR testing? So the reason for the YSTR testing is to utilize different investigative databases that might be out there. I don't believe in this case we ever did YSTR testing. A lot of the discussion was around preservation of the sample or as much of the sample we could preserve. And so our recommendation to them was not to proceed with that type of testing at this time, to the kind of see where we are able to go with the traditional SMP testing with the whole genome sequencing. And then we would maybe potentially revisit YSTR testing. I do remember some discussion with David Middleman at Othram about it, if they were able to bootstrap some of the whole genome sequencing in order to develop a Y profile that could be searchable from the database that they had already developed instead of using additional sample to specifically develop a YSTR profile or any other kind of Y profile. What does that mean, bootstrapping? Take me back. They have this DNA sample, and then they have done those steps to get to their SMP before you want bootstrapping done, or at what stage are you talking about? Essentially, it was our understanding that they were in the process of or already obtained a whole genome sequencing profile. And so our question to them was, is there a way to develop a YSTR profile from the genetic information that you already have through the other method of testing? And that's what you mean by bootstrap? Add a different kind of analysis? Correct. Why would you want to do that? Again, to see if there was a potential to search wide databases that might be available out there to identify genetic lineages. So what does that mean, genetic lineages? So a Y chromosome is passed down from father to son. And so we would be looking to see if we can identify a family line through tracking the Y chromosome DNA from father to son, to grandfather, all the way down to grandson, and potentially over multiple generations. So it would tie us into the family line. That could be investigated further. Did Othram bootstrap and get the YSTR for you? To my knowledge, they never did anything with YSTR testing. And to my recollection, with my discussions with David, that wasn't possible with the data that he had at that point. It wasn't impossible, that it was not possible. Correct. Thank you. I do not believe that was attempted. Again, I'm not familiar with the technology that he would have had to have used to do such a thing. So I'm not aware if that was possible. If the technology didn't exist, I just don't know. Okay. At some point, did Othram talk to you about the work they were doing? Yes. And did they have a recommendation? They did. They had at least one recommendation that I remember. When was that conversation? I don't remember exactly when that conversation happened. Well, let's put in between, when we did get the DNA to start with. So they got the DNA November 22nd, I believe. And when they were notified to stop work, I believe the official notification was on December 10th, if I remember correctly. So when they came back to you with some recommendations, where was it that in relation to the work stop? Probably in early December, I'm guessing. The actual work, the laboratory, what I would call the wet work in the laboratory, would be the first couple of weeks, probably, before they would have turned it over to a genealogist to be searching in the database and those sort of things. To make sure I'm with you, wet work means DNA sample to where we get to the whole genome sequencing, and then where we get to SMP. I know I'm skipping steps, but that's the wet work? Correct. The laboratory work. So anything that would be done in the physical laboratory, handling the sample, putting it into the tubes, adding liquids, things of that nature, that would be done in the laboratory. Sequencing on an instrument, that would all be done in the first week, several weeks. So after that, they have a recommendation for you? Correct. What's the recommendation for you? Their recommendation, to my memory, to my recall, was that they had several individuals that had a potential to be of interest in this investigation. They asked us if, to further their family tree building, if we could be in contact with individuals and see if they were willing to contribute information into the databases that they were using in order to further the family tree building and further their genealogical work. And we're in a closed setting here, so I'm going to ask you to give me the last name. I don't recall the last name. I'm sorry. Was it your understanding that these were 4 brothers? Yes. Okay. What did you do in relationship to these 4 brothers? So we did some cursory work, just looking into publicly accessible information, literally Google searches and things of that nature. What our approach was is we didn't want to be approaching people, especially with an investigation of this nature, that really had nothing to do with anything. We just wanted to make sure there was some reason why Othram Laboratories was asking us to go and ask these individuals to put their DNA into the database that law enforcement can search. So we just did some work to build just very cursory family trees to see what connection these individuals might have and to verify these individuals were indeed brothers, things of that nature. Did you verify there were 4 brothers? I don't know that we would see the use the word verify, but we believe that the information was reliable that they had given us based on publicly accessible information. Now, I know you said you can't remember the last name of those brothers. We're here today, and Bryan Kohberger's name has been on the news for 2 years. You know his name. That wasn't the last name. And that was not the last name. And after you did the cursory work and the family tree, what was the next thing you did in relation to these 4 brothers? We, at some point, and I don't remember exactly when, we asked our investigator, Detective Vicky Gooch, with ISP, to reach out to one of the brothers we believe had put information into the genealogical database. Ask him if he'd be willing to upload that into one of these databases so we could further build out and use that information. She was, I believe, initially able to contact the individual. He was skeptical about her contact, and so there was another contact, a 3-way call made between myself, Vicky, and this individual for purposes trying to validate this was indeed a law enforcement investigation. This was indeed a legitimate request. And at this point, that individual requested not to be contacted again and was not interested in participating. That's kind of interesting. During the time leading up to that phone call, when you were building your family tree, I know none of the 4 brothers had the last, I know none of the 4 brothers had the last name Kohberger. That name didn't come up when you were building the family tree either, didn't it? No. After that brother said, "Don't contact me again," what was the next thing you did? So I don't remember again exactly when the time frame was with that, but I know that there was active discussions about having a phone call with the agency and the prosecutor's office about the work that was being done. They were requesting updates from us of what is the Othram Laboratory doing. Where are you at in the investigation? Those type of things. We were giving them updates via telephone, via telephonic conferences with them, just giving them updates on what we delivered, the sample, what We've done this, those sorts of updates. And then they requested a meeting with us to talk about the testing. These conferences, who participated in those? Most of the time, to my memory, it was usually ISP detectives. The prosecutor's office might have also been privy to some of those discussions. Again, just general updates about where we were in the process. Tell me about this meeting. It sounds like there was a big meeting that happened. Good Lord, Taylor. There was a meeting, to my knowledge, and I don't remember exactly, but probably the morning of the 10th, when we had a meeting. Telephonic meeting is my memory, with representatives from Moscow PD. I believe FBI had representatives on the phone call, ISP, I believe myself, ISP legal counsel, and I believe that the colonel of the state police was also on the call. What happened on that phone call? In that phone call, we were asked to turn over any kind of investigative records that we had, any kind of information that we had, to the FBI team. They provided me with an email address to be able to provide what they were requesting from us, which was, to my memory, it was two. The login information, essentially, and it might have been other things I'm not aware of, like packets and things. I'm not aware of the technical terms, but basically they were asking for us to provide that information to the FBI investigator. Did you do that? Yes. Do you know what they provided to the FBI investigator? So what we asked for to be provided were 2 database searches or information so that those could be independently searched. And we also asked them to cooperate and provide any information that they needed to be able to further investigate. When you say 2 databases, do you mean 2 genealogy databases that allow law enforcement to search? Yes. To my knowledge, these samples were searched in 2 genealogical databases that allowed by law enforcement. So GED match and family tree DNA, I believe, were the 2 that were searched. And when we were asked to provide those credentials, that information to the FBI, do you know that GED match has 2 different databases? GED match and GED match pro. Yes. Is it because one of those allows law enforcement and the other doesn't? I believe that's correct. Okay. ISP Forensics Lab's direction to Othram was to look only into the databases that allow law enforcement search. Is that right? Our direction to them was to follow the interim policy per contract with them, and any other communications we would have had with them would be to follow the interim policy. Okay, Ann Taylor, they're telling you over and over again, they're following policies. Does that mean yes, you expected them to only search the allowed databases? I believe that is what would have been communicated. That's our understanding of what the interim policy means, is that you would search those databases that are allowable to be searched by the U.S. as law enforcement entity. Sorry, guys, I get frustrated because it's like she's so redundant. She wants to just overkill the same questions. Okay. After Othram turns over whatever they turned over to the FBI, and you get the report, and they get paid, is that the end of it with Othram for this case? So they provided us a report. After we had asked them to turn over all the information to the investigating agency and to the FBI, They provided us with what identified as a preliminary report. I believe they titled it that because it was not a final report. The testing we asked them to terminate, the testing we had asked them to terminate the testing, but they were not at a final result of a name to provide to us, an investigative lead to provide to us. Why was the decision made for the FBI to take this over and not let Othram finish? I don't know. I can't speak to that. In that meeting, there was nothing stated about why we were going to do this. I don't recall specific reasons, but they had asked us to transfer everything to the FBI. Okay. Did you take a look at the two profiles, the FBI S&P profile and the Othram's S&P profile? Have you ever looked at those? Did we look at those or did I look at those? Did you? I did not. No. Have you seen them? No. Would it surprise you to know the FBI profile was over twice as big as Othram's? Again, I have no knowledge of what the FBI did or didn't do. I had no knowledge How involved were you with the FBI's process of their genetic genealogy? I was not involved other than to provide the samples to where they asked us to send those samples to. And then from that point, I was not involved in the process. Have you become aware that they search databases that are not allowed to be searched by law enforcement? Pure speculation is all I know, but I have no firsthand knowledge of anything. Okay, fair enough. Thanks for that. Your Honor, if I could just have a moment. I have a couple of questions for you about some documentation. Sure. The document that gave recommendations for you to call some of the four brothers, where is that? So I believe that was provided to us telephonically. I don't think there was like an official report. I don't think there was an email. I think it was names provided telephonically, and then those names were actually provided as a part of that report that came several days after the conclusion of the testing. Okay, so you recognize those names from the report? Yes. Those had been provided to us before. The work that you were doing before trying to call one of the brothers, where did you keep your documents for that? As far as the records I'm sorry, I'm confused on that question. Let me ask it better. You did some work, research work before you and Detective Gooch made the phone call to one of the brothers and kind of built out a family tree and did some other research. Where did you keep that? Those were paper copies, and those were just retained and sent to Othram as a part of us communicating back to them, basically saying, this is the work we did. We're providing these back to you in case they're helpful as you continue to build out the family trees. Do you still have a copy of those? Yes. Did you document your attempt to get a voluntary sample from one of the brothers? I do not believe so. Do you know if Detective Gooch wrote a police report about that? I do not know. Did she provide any of her notes to you, her investigative notes? Not to me. I don't know if she kept notes. Okay. Did you watch her writing anything down? I did not. We were telephonic, I believe, at that point. It would be hard to see then. Have you seen any documentation from that December 10th meeting? Not to my knowledge. Okay. Any documentation that comes your way from the FBI's work? Not to my knowledge. Have you turned over your work with the genetic genealogy, the help you were giving Othram? Have you turned that over to the prosecutor? I have not turned over physical copies of anything. I believe that our agency complied with the discovery request. I don't know exactly what was provided as part of that discovery request. Certainly, if it is in an email document from me to Othram Laboratories and such, I would assume that would have gone as part of the discovery request. Are you talking about the discovery request that the defense made? I'm not exactly sure. We just asked to comply. We know that at any point our emails are discoverable. And I believe the way the agency, the way the ISP handles discovery requests, large discovery requests especially, is to do a quote, email pool of anything that might be related to the case. I think that's the idea I'm concerned about. And I do have a lot of emails, so thank you for that. The procedures and protocols from Othram, you know about what you've read. Where are they? So those protocols would have been back in 2021. I believe it's from when we initially did the RFP. I believe it's the RFP process. I'm not completely familiar. It might be an intent to bid. I'm not sure what to call the process. Regardless, when that process was going through, they would have provided those documents to us at that point. And I believe that those documents likely exist. Okay. Any of the work that Othram did in getting from DNA sample all the way down to S&P profile, where are they? Where is the documentation of that? I do not have that documentation. That was not provided to us to my knowledge. I don't know everything that was provided back to the laboratory potentially, but to my knowledge, we were not provided with that information. Would Othram have it? Potentially. I do not know. The work that they did to come up with a name to give you for further investigation, where are those documents? I don't know. And your documents, some went to Othram, but you still have a copy of those? I do. I think that's it. Thank you very much. That's all from me now. Mr. Nye? No questions, Your Honor. Thank you. You can step down. My next witness is Daniel Helwig. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give now before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Go ahead. Thank you. Hey guys, I'm going to take a brief break for a second and go get a drink, and I shall be right back.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. Let me get this back up. Okay, so Daniel Hellwig is testifying. Having been duly sworn, testifies as follows. Good morning. Good morning. Will you please state your full name? My name is Daniel Hellwig. First name Daniel, last name Hellwig, Hellwig. What do you do for a living? I am currently the forensic director at Intermountain Forensics. We are a 501c3 nonprofit, and our main mission is pushing forward new and cutting-edge DNA technologies, assisting different agencies, law enforcement, and otherwise, with education, training, and consultation on those. Our main focus right now is to help fund these cases specifically. And most of our mission is revolved around forensic investigation, genetic, genealogy, FIG. When you say help fund these cases as a nonprofit, who do you mean? A variety of different. We actually allow people to submit cases that they may be having problems getting the revenue and resources to move it forward, and then we evaluate it. So this could be we've worked and tried to assist it. Mainly, I think most of our work is in smaller agencies. They don't have nearly as much resources to further their casework with this technology. But we've done work with law enforcement, medical examiners' offices, and defense, especially the Innocence Project. What did you do before you worked at this nonprofit? I have been in forensic DNA for 20 plus years. I have a bachelor's in biology and chemistry from Viterbo University and a master's in forensic science from Marshall University. I started my career at the Armed Forces DNA Identification Laboratory as an intern there and moved on into various public laboratories. I worked in forensic DNA in New Mexico Department of Public Safety and the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension. I then started in the private sector. I worked for Sorensen Forensics in Salt Lake City, Utah, in a variety of different jobs there. Initially, I was a DNA technical leader, essentially the quality manager of the DNA section, but moved into executive management as the laboratory director. In 2019, I began with Intermountain Forensic as a founder. Wonder if they worked on Corey Richens' case. I'll refer to that sometimes as IMF. We were, up until July of last year, our mission was not only funding cases, education, outreach, but also we established and operated a fully functioning forensic DNA lab. Our mission realm was to, again, continue with cutting-edge DNA technology. And specifically, we sought out to operate and utilize forensic, investigative, genetic genealogy support laboratory. What does that mean? So our goal is this. We had a fully functioning laboratory in that we didn't what I'll call traditional forensics, STRs, as mentioned previously. But we also wanted to implement this new technology, forensic, we'll say FIG, and laboratory to processes behind it. Specifically, in this case, you're talking about forensic SNPs, single nucleotide polymorphisms. The court reporter, I'm sorry, single nucleotide polymorphisms. The court, so you need to slow down a little bit. You don't enunciate particularly well, and so you need to go slower. I promise. Let me see if I can understand your work right before the 501c3, getting into the FIG world. Do I understand that your work was to do the part, all the long steps until you get to the SMP, and then it would be handed off for a genealogist to do the other part of the work? Beyond just identifying SMPs, it is to generate an upload file, an in report. That would then be handed off to an investigative genetic genealogist to continue that research. So essentially, our laboratory had the ability to start from sample, from evidentiary item, do DNA extraction, which is essentially popping cells open, pulling DNA out and washing all the residual material away. And then traditional forensics, where you're doing a short tandem repeats, repetitive DNA that repeats over and over, and you simply count them to our specific targets, which was SMPs, where we did DNA sequencing, looking at all the different letters within that genome and pulling out the relevant single nucleotide polymorphisms that were specifically associated through genealogy. generating through a pretty extensive process what I call an upload file. These are files that contain all the SNPs, single nucleotide polymorphisms, that contain the information that is needed to upload in these databases. Okay, I'm going to go back a little bit with you. So in the traditional STR, we've heard about some of that today. You said splitting the DNA open and washing it. Yes, that's essentially the very simplified version of DNA extraction. You can think of this biological material, these cells, as little tiny water-filled balloons with nuclear material with DNA inside of it. DNA extraction, similar to previous testimony, is just popping those cells open, pulling out the DNA, and washing all of the cellular garbage, if you will, out to generate an extract. It can then go down several different pathways depending on what you need. Traditional forensic testing, STRs, short tandem repeats, is taking that DNA and looking at repetitive sequences and counting how many repeats are there. The best way I can explain this is if you had the word cat, and that was the specific DNA letters that you were looking at. You could repeat that word cat 8 times. That would be a short tandem repeat. Cat repeated 8 times. That would be a short tandem repeat. Cat repeated 8 times. I would call that an 8. You have DNA from mom and dad, so you have 2 copies of this. So you have an 8 and maybe another 8 from mom and dad. The problem there is that you're not actually looking at the specific letters. So a 3-letter word like dog would be completely different. We've got an 8 repeat STR and an 8 repeat STR that have different sequences, but still have the same short tandem repeat number. SNPs, single nucleotide polymorphisms, is actually looking at the DNA sequence. So if we were to look at SNP, let's say we were particularly interested in the A in cat, we would sequence that DNA and then go into the sequence and say, this location, we have an A. And we have an A from mom and maybe an A from dad. That is the generation of an SNP profile. Same concept, but we're dialing down to the specific letter in question. Have you done both kinds of work? Yes. Before IMF, I worked at several different laboratories using traditional forensics, STRs and YSTRs. In my work at Intermountain Forensics, we did that, but we also focused on forensic SNP testing. If I understood that part about the balloon, right? It's one water balloon. Same water balloon, same process of popping it open, stripping out the stuff you don't need. And then it's where you go from there that makes the difference between the STR and the SNP ultimately. Correct. It's all associating to the same DNA extract. And that's similar to what the Idaho State Police Lab does as well. So the process of getting that DNA water balloon open so that you can strip things off, does it matter how you do that? Well, there's a variety of different ways to do that. But in forensic, there are some specific and kind of common tools that we use that the process to get there can vary somewhat. However, it's fairly standard practice to use some of the same tools within the forensic DNA community. I think I understood the repeats as looking for patterns, but the SMP is looking at the individual characteristic, individual letter, nucleotide. So if DNA is made up of billions and billions of letters, SDR is looking at repetitive sequences and counting the repeats, and SMP is looking at specific letters, specific nucleotides of that genome. All right, I want to talk about the whole process, how you get from the SMP to splitting the water balloon open. I'm with you there. So what do we do after we get that stripped off? If we're going down the path off of forensic SMPs, there's a few different ways you can do that. There's one way that is essentially a targeted practice. We're looking at SMPs in question, and we're going to focus on the SMPs and do what is called amplification PCR, basically a DNA photocopier of that sequence, that specific letter, and a little bit around it to specifically target an SMP in question. The other technique is something more attuned to the whole genome sequencing. Again, there is a variety of different ways you can do this, but the idea here is we're going to sequence the entire genome, the entire length of DNA on this particular extract. And then we're going to pull out the SMPs that we need, the relevant ones that we're looking for. This can be done. I will refer to that as whole genome sequencing, acknowledging the fact that there's a variety of different ways you can accomplish that. Once you open the sequence DNA, it comes off the instrument in question, and there are several different instruments you can use. But for the most part, it turns into raw data. And that raw data is typically found in a file called, I'm going to say, a FASTQ file. This raw data is massive. It has an insane amount of information, and it's not refined in a way that we actually utilize it. So the steps from taking that raw data to actually getting that upload file, that end product, for upload into these databases is bioinformatics, essentially a software that goes into this massive amount of data and pulls out the things that we're looking for. Is all the software the same, or all bioinformatics programs? Is that all the same? No. Each, as far as I can tell, each laboratory has their own version of bioinformatics that they use to get from sequence data into usable results. If I understand where we are, we popped open a balloon, we put in a DNA sequencer, created a raw data file called FASTQ file, and now we need bioinformatics to get an SMP, right? Okay, what happens from there? So in the bioinformatic pathway, you're doing multiple things. Again, you can think of this as a DNA sequence that the sequencer has given you a truckload of information. They're essentially puzzle pieces. The first thing we are going to do is reemerging. So we are going to take all the puzzle pieces that are the same, and we're going to use them to paint the best picture of that information. You can think of this, we're sequencing this DNA, this human genome, multiple times, hopefully 10, 15, 30 times. Our samples in forensics are typically difficult, so we don't tend to get that much that level of essentially we are trying to sequence this entire genome multiple times to add more context into what we're getting. In merging, we're taking the DNA sequences that we have multiple copies of and we're combining them into one, the best fit for that particular fragment of DNA. Well, we still have puzzle pieces to put together. The next thing is mapping. The bioinformatic pathway will map all these puzzle pieces and they'll put them into the human genome in the way that they're supposed to be. That takes multiple fragments and lines them up in the right manner. Once it's mapped, we're going to start to be able to find particular SNPs we are looking for. We have a human genome with a whole bunch of different letters in different positions. We can say, all right, these are relevant SNPs that we're looking for, genome-based informative markers. We want to pull these SNPs out, see what the cell is there, and send that up to an upload file. In some cases, we don't have all the information. We're missing some sequence data. We've maybe gotten 80% of the genome, and some of the SNPs are missing. There's a process to fill in those gaps called imputation. Imputation is in most bioinformatic packages. Essentially, we know what the letters are in front of this particular spot we're missing, and we know that the letters are behind what this particular spot that is missing. So we can look at all the human genomes and estimate the most likely letter in the position that we're looking for. Once we're through imputation and allelial cells, we're going to use this bioinformatic package to pull out SNPs that we're looking for and put them into a format that will be usable for upload into these databases. At IMF, we actually generated 2 files, one specifically to GED Match Pro database, and one specific to the family tree, FNT DNA database. In these files, GED Match Pro, we typically got around 550,000 plus SNPs that we were looking for, and the family tree DNA database upwards of 600 to 650,000 SNPs. The end product there, though, is a text file or some sort of an upload file, which could be in a text format or an Excel format. But essentially, what it is a file with all these SNPs, the calls at the SNP locations, in a format that allows them to be uploaded into a database. At this point, we hand them off to an IgG to do the research. The upload databases you mentioned, 2, GED Match Pro and Family Tree DNA. That's correct. Why did you mention those? Those are the 2 databases that allow law enforcement searches. They have specific terms of service that gives a portion of that database. Those have consented to do so. To law enforcement to search for human remains in some cases and in criminal cases. So in this lab process, to get to the SNP, to get to the upload file, it sounds like there's a lot of steps along the way. It's a pretty complicated process, yes. Is it important to keep lab notes or bench notes or have procedures or protocol? Yes. And I think that is a pretty standard practice amongst forensic DNA testing laboratories in general. You're going to adhere to a quality management system. You're going to have procedures, protocols, and policies that tell you what to do, tell you how to do it, and tell you what samples to use, what personnel can be, can do the analysis and technical review, and so on and so forth. It's a whole quality structure that gives support and credence to reliable results. And that would include protocols, SOPs, which means standard operating procedures. It would also include case documentation, laboratory notes, and what you did and how you did it, chain of custody documents, electronic records as needed, and hopefully at the end of the report, that includes conclusions and information about what was done. Why do you want to do all of that? First of all, within the forensic DNA community, it's part of our accreditation process and some of the standards that we adhere to as a community. Second, it's just best practice. The holding of records, using them, creating them, and retaining them, you never know if you're going to need to refer back to them in your own notes. Or we mandate a technical review of all of this data. So a second quality analyst will look over all your laboratory notes, all the work you did in your reports, and make sure they agree with it and would come out to the same conclusions and for discovery request. At IMF, we have a typical documentation that we would send to our clients that would include a report and all the case notes and laboratory documentation associated with that. Outside of that, we oftentimes get requests for more than that information. What is our validations? What is our quality manual? Competency test for our personnel, their training and education, a whole list of support documents that are within our quality management system that are also important in accreditation of our laboratory. Before you became a 501c3, was your laboratory accredited? Even previous becoming a 501c3, since the inception of the company in 2019, even before we no longer did laboratory operations, we got accredited by ANAB ISO 17025. That was on our accreditation scope, including traditional forensic, STRs, YSTRs, and eventually we included within our scope forensic SMPs, massively parallel sequencing. That encompasses accreditation for this whole genome sequencing in support of FIGG, FIG, that we did. Is there a set of guidelines or rules that would apply with DNA to split that DNA water balloon open? Yes, and I think you heard testimony to that. There's accreditation standards. ISO 17025 is the big one, as well as the Federal Bureau of Investigation Quality Assurance Standards. Forensic DNA testing. For forensic DNA testing laboratories, those are common. I would say more so almost required within the forensic DNA community. And those are standards that dictate our quality management system as a whole, what we do, how we do it, how we support it, and how we document and how we report. Is that important so there's public trust in what you do? More so, public trust for sure, but reliability and reproducibility of results, transparency, and just ensuring a full quality behind your conclusions and reports. Mr. Hellwig, you mentioned the size of 2 S&P profiles for GED Match Pro and Family Tree DNA. $550,000 or $650,000 seem to be the maximums. If you had a case where you had to produce a file to upload, an upload file, and had it, let's say 600,000 is in it, could you take that text file and turn it in twice that big? I'm not sure how we would do that. No. An important note here, that was just an IMF's policy. We generated upload files specific to each one of the databases. And that's the number we had within our bioinformatic package. That's not necessarily what would be true of others. That being said, if theoretically we were to deliver our upload file to our client in it, say 500,000 SMPs on it, I don't know of a mechanism to add SMPs in that manner without going back to our raw data. In this particular case, I know you haven't gotten involved in all of the ins and outs, but did we provide to you what we received in regular discovery, the Othram file and the FBI file upload files? Yes, I received 2 upload files. One was a text file that came from Othram Labs, and one was an Excel file that came from the FBI. Is that also an upload file? Yep, both of them are upload files. They contain exactly that, a listing of SMPs, the call, and their location in a format that would allow them to be uploaded to the databases. What's the difference in size? The FBI uploaded file had significantly more SMPs than the Othram files. I wasn't able to go deep into it. I don't know exactly how many more, but there were more SMPs called within the upload file for the FBI than there was with the Othram file. And since the Othram file is smaller and it's text file, can you tell how the FBI got so much more data, so many more SMPs? No, that's kind of the important part here. There's no documentation to say how this happened, and that's really the important part, right? I have no reason to believe that Othram Laboratories did anything wrong to obtain their profile. I just don't have the documentation to show me how it came to be. Same with the FBI file. There's no documentation or notes or bench or report to say, this is what I had, this is what I did, and this is now what I have. So I'm unsure how they came to that, how that came to be. Ms. Taylor, thank you, Your Honor. If I may have just a moment to check with my team. Mr. Hellwig, that's all I have. The prosecutor might have some for you. Go ahead. Cross-examination by Mr. Nye. Mr. Hellwig, I want to start with your accreditation testimony. Did I hear you correctly that your lab was accredited since inception in 2019? Our laboratory was accredited for traditional forensics. We began the accreditation in 2019, and I believe the first accreditation scope we received was in 2020. For forensic SMPs, and our accreditation was January 20th of 2023, I believe. So you weren't accredited back in 2019 for forensic SMPs, correct? Correct. We weren't actually doing forensic SMPs at that time. Give me 1 second to take a sip. But you were working on forensic SMP cases prior to your accreditation, correct? No. We specifically reserved working on these SMP cases until we received our accreditation. Okay. Do you recall describing the accreditation process as a chicken and egg problem?
I don't. You testified you worked at or worked for Intermountain Forensics. That's correct. Do you post on their website? Sometimes, yeah. Do you post in your name, Danny Hellwig? Certainly. You don't recall posting in June of 2020 about accreditation being a chicken and egg problem. I don't recall. I'm certain that a statement is on there and I would need to recollect, certainly. I am happy to show this to you. That would be great. May I also see it? That's Miss Taylor asking. Nice, sure. And so the documentation was handed to the witness. Yes, I recall that. By Mr. Nye. Okay, so do you now recall describing accreditation as a chicken and egg problem? Absolutely. It was several years ago. I appreciate that refresh of memory. Sure. In that same post, you talked about how you appreciated the trust of those that you were using you before you were accredited, right? Correct. Yes. Do you feel like your work before accreditation was less, a lower quality than after accreditation? No, absolutely not. I also want to talk to you about, you mentioned that Intermountain Forensic does, or at least used to do, some cases like this, right? Yes, assisting law enforcement. Correct, yes. Roughly how many cases did you assist law enforcement in? That's a good question. We have a running total there, but I'm guessing in the hundreds. Okay. And what was your role personally in assisting law enforcement in those cases? I had several. I did consultations up front. I was qualified as an analyst for 4 forensic SMPs. I did some technical review, and in some cases, I distributed files to our clients. And when you say in the hundreds, you mean you went through the whole process you talked about with Mrs. Taylor in hundreds of cases? Yes. Developing an SMP profile? I believe so, yes. Okay. In all of those cases, were you successful in developing an SMP profile? No. In roughly how many cases were you successful in developing an SMP profile? We were about, at the end of the laboratory operations, we were about 80%, somewhere in that range. So 80% of hundreds. Yes, I believe so. In the cases you successfully developed an SMP profile, did you learn medical information about the individuals whose DNA you were looking at? No. Did anyone at Intermountain Forensics learn information about those people? No. When you develop, I believe you called it an upload file. Is that correct? Correct. What does an upload file look like if you just opened it on a computer? It's a text file. It's very big again, and it comes in different formats. But essentially what it is a text file. It's a big text file that has hundreds of thousands, in our case, of SMPs that have a position, a name, what chromosomes they're found on, and the actual letters that we're looking for. So if you provided that upload file to someone that didn't have any training or experience in genetics, would they be able to read it? Not in so much words. There's some headers on there. I guess that would be a narrative, but the molecular biology would be pretty complicated. So let me ask it this way, I guess. If you were to hand that upload file
to your average police officer and ask them whether or not the person whose DNA you are looking at would have cancer, would that officer be able to do that? No. What additional steps would you need to take a learn medical information from an SMP program above and beyond what you're doing at Intermountain Forensics? Well, SMPs are informative to a variety of different things. So what we're looking for is genealogy information markers or ancestry links information markers. To find health information or phenotypical like hair, color, eye color, you need to look at different SMPs. There's a horde of research on what medical information is out there and what SMPs are probative. To gain access to those SMPs, you would have to go back into the bioinformatics, pull the information from the raw data specific to the medical SMPs. That's you're looking for. That's not something we did at IMF. So if I'm understanding correctly, at IMF, you developed SMP profiles, but they were specific for ancestry. Genealogy and ancestry, yes. Why didn't you develop SMP related to medical information? That's not a part of our scope. We are a forensic DNA testing laboratory. We are generating FIG profiles for the support and upload these into genealogy databases. It wouldn't be relevant, nor probative, nor appropriate. Did you help these law enforcement agencies? Did you ever follow those cases to see if there were successes at the end? Sometimes we delivered files to our partners. In some cases, we had investigative genetic genealogy team that worked with the cases on the investigation side. But in some cases, our clients would come back to us and let us know that we've gotten a result or they had a case resolution. And you participate in the, I don't know exactly what you call it in the FIG community. Would you consider yourself a member of the FIG community? I guess, yeah. There's a variety of different groups, I guess, and message boards and information pathways. And I try to be a part of that where I can. As a member of the FIG community, did you hear about other people's success stories using FIG? Absolutely. Have you ever heard of a FIG case that was successfully solved using medical information? No. Just 1 second, Your Honor. No further questions. Any redirect? Yes, thank you. That's Miss Taylor. Full genome sequencing is the whole genome, everything. Is that what that means? Yes, the whole genome sequence is the attempt to sequence the entire genome if possible. Now, I heard you were talking to the prosecutor about what you didn't look at with medical information, but I thought I heard you talk about when you got down to the SMP, those SMPs weren't called from the whole genome. Did I hear that right? I would have to rephrase that a little bit. Please do. When we're dealing with whole genome sequencing, we are attempting to sequence the entire genome, and it turns into that raw file, that FASTQ file that I mentioned before. Now, the next step is the bioinformatic pathway. The bioinformatic pathway is going to be targeting specific SMPs in question that we want to solve the question for.
we want to answer the question for. In our case, these are genetic genealogy or ancestry informative markers. Those in SNPs that provide information for genealogy and ancestry. Those bioinformatics that we use at IMS would specifically targeting those particular SNPs. But the raw data, the sequence data, still has the entire list of SNPs. We just aren't pulling that piece out of information out. So if you handed me a case with your notes, protocols, and procedures, I could look at what you did at whole genome sequencing and know you were targeting only genealogy SNPs. Would that be fair to say? With the right knowledge base? Yes. The list of SNPs are included. Where they are and the name on the upload file are all there. You can do the research to look at that and say, okay, these are genealogy or ancestry informative markers. If I had a file with notes that talked about how bioinformatics was used, what to produce, what kind of SNPs to produce, and handed it to somebody like you, could you tell me these are the ones that go to ancestry issues, that go to genealogy issues? If I had the notes from somebody else, I would have to do some research, to be honest with you. The SNPs in question that we're using all derived from these genealogy databases. So it's the GED Match Pro, Family Tree DNA, Ancestry.com. Those are the ones who have decided which SNPs to use. And we use them as a tool. So what is the SNPs that best upload into the Family Tree DNA Law Enforcement Database or GED Match Pro? And so when we are bioinformatically pulling out the SNPs, we are doing so under the direction of what we want from us. Could I determine if there's a medical information within those SNPs or SNPs with medical information? Yes, but it would be a lot of research. I just have a couple of questions for you about what the prosecutor talked about. Besides that, he asked you about the chicken and egg problem in different cases you've done and hundreds of cases that you've done before. You told us that it's important to have protocols and procedures and keep your information, keep your notes. Did you do that in those cases? Oh, yes. Within the quality management system as a whole and adhering to our procedures and protocols and the accreditation standards that we derive to, it's all that. It's case documentation, laboratory report, and then the foundation behind it. Validation summaries, competency testing for personnel, their education requirements, all that has been done in those cases and adhere to our own internal policies. Thank you. That's it for me. Thank you. You can step down. Do you have any more witnesses? Ms. Taylor, Your Honor, for the IGG, I have one other witness this morning. How long is that one? I think she's a little bit longer. Let's take 30-ish more minutes for lunch. Recess. Okay, of course, we're not going to recess. I want to get this done. Okay, we are back on the record. The defense and counsel are all present. May we call our next witness, Miss Taylor. Dr. Lee Larkin. Go ahead. Thank you. Lee Larkin, PhD,
having been duly sworn, testifies as follows. Direct examination by Miss Taylor. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Will you say your whole name? Yes, my name is Lee Larkin. It's spelled Leah, and the last name is Larkin. What do you do for work? I'm a genetic genealogist. What kind of background and training do you have? I have an undergraduate degree in biology from Swab College in Pennsylvania, and I have a PhD in biology, specifically in the field of botany from the University of Texas at Austin. How long have you worked in genetic genealogy? I started doing it as an amateur I believe, in 2013, and I started taking professional clients in 2016. And what does that mean when you take professional clients? Most of my clients are people like an adoptee or someone with an unknown father who is trying to identify that particular relative. So I can use their direct-to-consumer genealogy DNA test, build family trees, and work to identify their biological family. So your work happens after the SMP is produced. Yes. Do I understand that right? Yes. Do you know the whole genome sequencing is? I do. I have not done it myself, but my training in biology, I understand what it is. Based on your work in genealogy, are you aware what kind of things are contained in the whole genome sequencing file? Right. As a few of the earlier witnesses have said, the genome is basically the blueprint. It's the instruction manual for your body. So it's first of all, it makes you human, but it also makes you determine your hair color, your physical traits, your eye color. And there are a lot of genes that are going to be associated with other things, like whether you have the propensity for Alzheimer's or your height, your weight. Basically, all of these traits that make us unique for the most part are coded in our genes, our DNA, in one or more genes. Is there any aspect in your field where medical information can be known? Yes. So the DNA tests that are used for genetic genealogy are called microarrays. So when you split in a tube and send it off to one of these companies, they're going to do what's called a microarray. A microarray test was designed for biomedical research. They weren't designed for genealogy. Genealogy was like an afterthought. These are tests that were created specifically to target physical traits, health traits, and it just happens to be useful for genealogy as well. So even if I do a test and I don't look at those traits, they're still in that data file. When you get the work, do you have to make a choice as to what kind of database you're going to do your research in? Yes. So if I'm taking a client who is, for example, an adoptee, I will have them test at Ancestry and 23andMe. So those are two companies where you actually have to send in a split sample to get into their databases. They don't take data files from other sources. The most cost-effective way to do this for an adoptee is to test at those two companies and then take one of the data files you get from, and say, Ancestry, and upload it into the smaller databases. That way, you don't have to pay for a whole new test. That's interesting. You don't have to wait to mail it off and have a lab run it and get the results back. You can normally get your results in a day or two after you do the upload. So for an adoptee, there aren't really restrictions on which databases you can use because they're all generally created for amateur genealogists. We've talked a bit today about databases that have restricted use. Yes. What does that mean? So forensic genetic genealogy, which is also sometimes called as IgG, and then there's a combination of FIG. Just because we can't decide, that is restricted to two main database. There's family tree DNA, which we call FTDNA for short, and then there's GED match. And those are the only two databases of any significant size that allow FIG searching. Ancestry forbids it, and 23andMe forbids it. MyHeritage forbids it. Does GED match have two sides to it? Yeah, actually, both GED match and family tree DNA have a specific upload process for forensic kits. Sorry. We call these tests a kit. So if you're a normal, regular adoptee, you can upload through the main layperson portal. Hang on. But if it's a forensics kit, it's supposed to go through a special upload process. At G&D Match, they call that GED Match Pro. Family Tree DNA does not have a special name for it, to my knowledge, but there is a special process you're supposed to go to. And those kits that are uploaded through the forensic portal are restricted, in which other kits they can see. The idea is that if you don't want to participate in forensic search, if you're a layperson and you don't want to participate, you can opt out. And so a kit that is uploaded through the forensic portal should not be able to see a layperson kit that is opted out. That makes sense. Do you know why these databases have these different, I guess, abilities or rules? Yeah, so I'm sure we're all familiar with the Golden State Killer case. At least we've heard about it. That was the first big criminal case that was solved using this type of genetic genealogy. There had been previously one doe, unknown remains, that had been identified a few weeks earlier. But the Golden State Killer case is the one that got all the media attention. On the other hand, there were people who were really excited about the prospect of capturing violent criminals using this method. At the flip side, there were a lot of genealogists who were really concerned that they might be drawn into criminal investigations without their knowledge or consent. And so the community split. There were a lot of Facebook groups. A lot of genetic genealogy is just done through Facebook groups. And some of these Facebook groups just basically forbid it. You can't talk about this at all because it was causing too much conflict within the community. I went to a conference shortly after the Golden State Killer case was announced, and I was a speaker. And they pulled all the speakers aside and said, don't talk about it at all. You're not even allowed to mention it at all. This is how contentious it was in the community. So the databases, realizing that this was a problem, so Ancestry, 23andMe, and MyHeritage all very quickly changed their terms of service to say, no, you can't do this on our databases. GED Match and Family Tree DNA over the course of the past few years have kind of evolved these systems in response to public outcry
about privacy and consent, and also in response to some breaches and some missteps on the part of the companies themselves and on the part of some of the genetic genealogists. So they evolved these systems to allow the users to opt out if they don't want to participate. So the public outcry, that was people that didn't want their profiles searched by law enforcement. Right. Prior to this, there had been occasional discussions in the genealogy community, people saying, oh, the cops are going to get our data. And then other people were like, no, they only use CODIS, so they're not going to use our databases. And it turns out they were. The Golden State Killer case was being investigated. I'm not sure exactly when it started. I think 2017, and he was arrested in April of 2018. So law enforcement or genealogists working on behalf of law enforcement were in fact using databases without the knowledge or consent of the regular person genealogists who were in the databases. So was it 2018 when the terms of service used and people's privacy rights were recognized? So there's a whole series of changes to the terms of service. So I can't speak to precisely which dates and which databases and which changes. I recall that MyHeritage, within a few weeks of the Golden State Killer being arrested, changed their terms of service to explicitly say, not in our database. All right, let's talk about this case. Were you brought on to help into this case? Yes, I was brought on to help you interpret and understand what is done in the terms of genetic genealogy for this case. What did you look at to do that? Well, it's been a struggle getting all the material I'd like to look at. So I have seen basically photos of a giant kind of poster scroll of a family tree that I believe the FBI built at Ancestry.com. I have seen pictures of a whiteboard in which they sort of like hand wrote on the whiteboard, a decedent tree. So basically, looking at some of the ancestors and mapping out the decedent lines leading to certain DNA matches. I've seen communications between, in some cases, I can see who the recipients are, and some I can't. But I've seen a lot of small email communications about the case. Do you want me to go on? No. In the course of your work to try to help us understand what happened, did you learn that first Othram worked on the case and then the FBI took it over? Yes. So Othram, I believe, they were contracted based on the invoice I seen. They were contracted to do lab work, so actually generate an SMP profile, upload it into GED Match Pro and Family Tree DNA, presumably through the approved portals. And then I believe they were contracted to do the genetic genealogy, but they were told to stop work, I believe, on December 10th. And I've seen the preliminary report they wrote. All right, have you had a chance to look at what happened after December 10th? So after December 10th, there was some email communications between the one I think was most interesting to me, had the names redacted, and it contained screenshots. So just to backtrack a little bit, the Othram report reported two main DNA matches. One of them shared 70.7 centimorgans of DNA. The
the court reporter, I'm sorry, 70.7. The witness, 70.70 centimorgans. Do you know how to spell that? CENTIMORGAN. And we just abbreviated CM. The other one, I think, was 60. And Othram's report specifically said those are low matches. Othram figured out how those two people were related to one another. I believe there were third cousins to one another. And based on how much DNA they shared with the crime scene profile, they thought that the individual who contributed the crime scene profile was descended from the second great grandparent of those two matches, a man named Redacted, and his wife Redacted, I believe, were their names. And they were born in Redacted. When Othram quit work, were they following the family tree that they could have led and come to Bryan Kohberger? Yes. So based on my initial review of what they did, the crime scene profile was most likely descended from Redacted and Redacted, or perhaps one of their siblings. It's hard to tell with DNA because it's not all third cousins share exactly the same amount of DNA. Some share more, some share less. It's just kind of a statistics game you play. That couple had redacted children, and so there conceivably could have been hundreds of descendants of this couple. I haven't seen the full tree. I've just seen they had redacted children. Othram chose one of those children and had tracked it down. I believe grandchildren. There were 4 brothers. They recommended testing one of those brothers to get more DNA to get a closer handle on where the crime scene profile might fit into that family. So when Othram stops there and the FBI takes over, you told us you saw something from Ancestry.com. Would you have expected to see any other kind of file with that file? So this was basically like a giant poster-size printout of information from that family tree. A family tree, when you build one at Ancestry, and it's stored in a specific kind of data format, or more precisely, you can download the file in a specific type of data format called GEDCOM, is what I'm going to call it. And it's a universal file format for genealogy trees. So you could take this GEDCOM file and you could open it up in a standalone software on your laptop. You could upload it into a different genealogy company. I have a GEDCOM file for every single client case that I do. When I'm finished with an adoptee case, I basically give my client the GEDCOM file so they have a record of all the work that I did. And I would have expected the FBI to have that as well, but they did not turn that over. You didn't see one of those? I did not see one of those, no. Knowing that Othram finished their work on December 10th and the FBI took over, and we've heard that by December 19th, 19 days later, they made an identification. Is that significant to you? Yeah. Why? Because Othram matches were, as in their own words in their report, those matches were low. They were recommending testing these 4 redacted brothers to get more information. If you went out and if you approached those men, even if one of them said yes, you can test my DNA, the testing itself would have taken some time. Getting a kit
to a person, getting the split, sending it to the lab, having it analyzed, and it would have led to the crime scene profile because it was the wrong family branch. So from going from low matches to an ID or at least a tip, whatever they're calling it, within 9 days, that's right. That's right. They're told me they had gone into a data. That might be a typo in the stenographer. Told me they had gone into a database they were not supposed to be in. Were there other ways that you were able to confirm your belief? Yes. What was that? So one of them, in one of those email communications, I believe this is the one that had both the sender and the recipient redacted. There were screenshots from GED Match, and I believe it said so. There were screenshots. How do I put this in GED Match? GED Match has a very open system. So if you're in GED Map and I am in GED Map, and let's say we were cousins, I could go in and look at my kit and I would see you in my match list. But I could also go into your kit and see me in your match list. GED Match is just a super open database in that way. Any kit in the system that is public, you can see their matches. The one exception, however, is that if there are forensic kits in the database, and I am a layperson, and I'm looking at a layperson kit, I can't see the forensic kits. They are invisible to me. But there is an email communication that has a match list from the perspective of somebody who only used the initials SC. Sorry, I'm thinking. I have no idea what this person's real name is. In the database, they are called SC. This screenshot is taken from the perspective of SC, and there is a match to the forensic profile from SC's perspective. That tells me that the forensic profile was uploaded through the regular GED Match portal and not the GED Match Pro Forensic portal, because it should not have been visible to SC. And the email says, this one's ours. And the other thing is that GED Match will also tell you how many days a kit has been in their system. And for that kit, for the match to SC, it had been in the database for 1 day. But Othram had uploaded it. I'm not sure exactly when, but I would say 6 to 7 to 8 hours prior. So it should not have said kit was only 1 day old. So based on that email and what you saw, it confirmed your belief that the FBI used a non-allowed. Right. So that was one. There were several lines of evidence. That was one of them that stood out to me early on, that they had uploaded through the layperson portal of GED Match so that they could see all the people that were opted out. There were a couple of other matches. One of them was actually 250 centimorgans, which is something we get excited about in genealogy. And one of them was, I think it was closer to 70 that were not in the Othram report. If Othram, sorry, I mess up, had seen one who shared 250 centimorgans, that would have been in their report. Like, their genealogists are good. They know what they're doing. They would not have ignored a 250 centimorgan match. And based on the other two matches, at that point, I was pretty sure they had gone into my heritage database. While you were reviewing this information, so you could learn and try and figure out what happened here, did you have any ability to call anybody from the FBI and say, hey, what is going on? I don't know who did the genealogy work at the FBI. Why is that? It's not in the information we received. Is that a part that was redacted? I don't know if it was redacted or we just never got it. So there was that one email that was redacted, a redacted sender and a redacted recipient. Presumably, those were the people doing the genealogy work. But other than that, I have no idea who did the genealogy work at the FBI. Are there any other ways you know that the FBI went there and were not supposed to go? There was one piece of information in the discovery material that I did review. I believe we asked them to turn over their match list, and they were like, oh, we can't turn over the whole match list because it was 20,000 people. And that actually right there was a big tip-off, because if they only had used GED Match Pro and only used Family Tree DNA, I think at most they could have gotten about 10,000. So that right there tipped me off that they were in a database that they shouldn't have been able to be in. During the course of our work, to try to understand what happened here, did you assist us with reviewing documentation and teaching us what else should have been there that we needed to ask for? What specifically? Well, about the databases that went in and the match list in. Right. So we talked about what you see in a match list. We talked about the fact that you can download the match list at Family Tree DNA. There's just a click button to download it, and you'll get an SCV file, which you can open in a word processor or you can open it up in a spreadsheet program. At GED Match, you can also get their whole match list. So you would have gotten that. I tend to do that for my clients just so if I'm not online, I can still work through their materials and I can get a report back to them. And did you testify in a motion to compel hearing to try to get this information so we could tell and confirm what you believed about the FBI going into a non-allowed database? Yes. And do you know if sometime after that we received confirmation that they did? We did finally get a letter from the FBI in which, so we specifically asked to know which of the matches were in which of the databases. And they did not tell us that. But they did give us a list of the databases that they had uploaded to, and it included Family Tree DNA, GED Match Pro. Those are the two databases they're allowed to use. But it also listed GED Match, not GED Match Pro, but GED Match. They're not allowed to go into the regular GED Match portal. And then finally, they admitted they had uploaded to MyHeritage. Your Honor, I am at D26, and I can pass this copy to the court. I would ask that it be shown to the witness first. What's the red number on it? Your Honor, the red number is 999. Notice of the in-camera submission? Yes. All right, go ahead. Dr. Larkin, will you thumb through that? It's towards the back page. Okay. Do you recognize that? Yes. The second to the last page, it says, below are the genealogy services utilized by the FBI. And what does it tell you? It says family tree DNA, GED Match Pro, GED Match, and MyHeritage. Thank you. Would Your Honor like a copy they have there? I think it's a part of the record you submitted, so I have a copy. Okay, thank you. Give me just 1 minute to check with my team. I do have another question. All right, go ahead. What is Prometheus? Prometheus is a third-party site, so it's not a part of Ancestry, not a part of MyHeritage, actually. MyHeritage owns it now. It's a site where you can take the S&P profile that you get from any of the companies and upload it to the site. And it will produce, and it will basically look for medically informative S&Ps in your profile, and it will do reports on them. I think it's like, I don't know, it's like a nominal fee, like $12 or something, and it will do a report of all the S&Ps that you have in your profile. If you had my S&P, you could do that and find out. Yes, I could do it on if somebody has done a genealogy test. For $12, I can put it into the Prometheus system and get trait reports and health reports. How extensive is that information you could get? It's pretty comprehensive. I mean, you will get reams and reams of reports. I should say that how do I put this? There are a lot of traits that are controlled by multiple genes. And so if a trait is controlled by multiple genes, I can't say for certain, yes, you're going to go Alzheimer's. No, you're not going to go get Alzheimer's. It's more of a risk factor. But you can look at multiple reports and see if they're, for an example, giving you an increased risk of Alzheimer's or whatever traits are in the system. And if you have an increased risk of breast cancer, prostate cancer, or anything else out there, for $12, yes. Thank you. That's all my questions. Hold on a minute. The prosecutor might have one for you. Cross-examination, Mr. Nye. Good afternoon, Dr. Larkin. Good afternoon. So you testified that when people come to you wanting to do genealogy tests, you recommend Ancestry DNA and 23andMe. Is that correct? Yes. And one of those reasons you recommend those two is because they have the most users in the database. Is that correct? Yes. And the reason why that is important is because when you're looking for Ancestry, really the best database for you is the one that has the closest relatives in it, right? Yes. But you can't know that until you use the database. So you just use the one with the most users. There are two reasons to start with those two companies. One is because they have the largest two databases. And then because you cannot upload into those databases, you have to test with them. You can test at Ancestry and then get them into MyHeritage and the Family Tree DNA and GED Match databases for trivial amounts of money. Whereas if you tested at Family Tree DNA first, the only way you're going to get into the Ancestry database is to do another Ancestry test. So I always recommend starting with the biggest. And then if you want more databases, you can upload into the smaller ones. And One of the reasons you might want more databases is so you can get more matches, right? Yes. You can gather more information that way. And typically that's why people are coming and asking you about these databases, is because they want more information about their family. Correct. People generally come to me because they need help interpreting the matches that they have. I want to talk a little bit about the number of uses in these databases. So we've been discussing the ones that were on the list that you read from the document the FBI indicated they used in this case. Do you remember that list? On that list, do you know which one of those databases had the fewest number of users? I believe Family Tree DNA is currently 1.8 billion. It's not an exact number, but I think that's probably about where they are right now. GED matches, I think, a little over 2 million. And MyHeritage recently announced they were at 9 million. And when you say 1.8 million, you mean 1.8 million other people that have utilized their services and that you potentially could match with if you utilize that service. Yes. Is that correct? I have a couple of questions for you on the Prometheus. You mentioned it costs money, $12, I believe you said. I think it's $12. Why would someone utilize Prometheus instead of just reading their S&P profiles themselves? The S&P profile is basically just a list. There's a location code, but it's going to be something like RS23744. And you're not going to know what RS, I don't even know what number. I just made that number up. You're not going to know what gene it's a part of. You're not going to know whether an A or a T or is good or bad. Prometheus takes your data file and references published literature on what those S&Ps might impact in terms of traits, and then produces a report from that. So even you, for example, if you wanted to know your medical information and you had your own S&P profile, you wouldn't just attempt to read it. You would use a service like Prometheus. Yes. No further questions. Thank you. Redirect. Miss Taylor says, no, Your Honor. Thank you. Thank you, doctor. You can step down. Is that the state's last witness on this issue? Miss Taylor? Yes, Your Honor. Pardon me, defense. I'm used to the state going first on things. I apologize. Does the state have witnesses? Your Honor, no. We're not going to call Dr. Middleman. And for those of y'all, Dr. Middleman is with Othram Labs, the court. I'm trying to recall what I said about the argument on this issue, whether I said we could do this publicly or not. I want the parties' input on that as we make that decision, whether we can argue the Franks and suppression issue on IGG publicly. I know your position is we should, but in light of my ruling, can you? Miss Taylor, Your Honor, I'm going to refer to what the FBI did in here. I'm going to refer to the Department of Justice interim policy, and I could probably not name the 4 brothers that the state lab tested. The court, okay, can we avoid talking about the fact of the 4 brothers? I understand that's there, but I'm not gathering the importance of it on the issues at hand. I think you could reference that there was some information that was itself insufficient to generate a profile, and I know what you're talking about. Miss Taylor, I'm trying to think of how I could do it.
I want to make sure I've made a really good record here. The record is very important. Of course, the court says, I think I can talk about Othram's recommendations that were attempted to be followed out, but nothing worked. I think I can do that. Maybe after hearing the evidence, if there's a ground the court really wants me to stay away from, other than saying the four brothers, maybe that would be helpful to know. I'll do my best, Your Honor, but I really want to make a good record for Mr. Kohberger. Counsel, Your Honor, I think we could probably do the argument publicly. I don't need to reference the brothers. I don't need to reference any of the specific names. As I explained earlier, and as the court has seen, we didn't put on evidence one way or the other as to whether the policy was followed. For example, say that part of the argument is even assuming. From our perspective, I think we could probably do the argument publicly. The court, I thought I made it clear what I've tried to do is to open up evidence, whether for the state or against the state in this case. That potentially is not coming into trial. That could influence potential jurors. I didn't hear a lot of that today. I think the fact that there was an investigative genealogy done in this case is not necessarily a secret, given that we publicly talked about that. We're going to talk about that. I think more specific things about what happened within that, it's best if we kind of refer to that more generally in terms of like the four brothers and whatnot. I think, frankly, it's inappropriate to discuss how law enforcement handled profiles that they received. I think it's appropriate to talk about whether or not those profiles, what privacy is at issue in those profiles. I think obviously the state is going to talk about standing and other issues and your client's specific privacy rights with respect to this. So I think that's appropriate. So I think we're generally okay staying away from some of the specifics that I'm not sure that ultimately would be admissible at trial. Even if I were to say, well, admissible at trial, the whole IGG issue, I'm not sure that's going to be admissible at trial. I suspect the search, the trash pull is going to be admissible at trial, and that genealogic match allegedly to Mr. Kohberger's father, as I understand it, and the lack of attempt to figure out, I think what I'm understanding, at least from the testimony, the attempt to figure out the mixed profile. So I think that's all fine. The preference is staying away from the specifics as to those genealogy searches showed more specifically that we talked about. The brothers and the names of those individuals who were testified to, if that makes sense. It does, Ms. Taylor says. We had an affidavit attached to the back, I think, of our reply briefing on the suppression issue. I want to make sure the court looks at that. That's admitted as evidence, and I probably don't want to refer to that publicly. Would you like my copy? What was the date of the filing? It should have been the 19th, December 19th. Was that the same name of the document to reply to, objection to? This was the reply to the state's objection to the motion to suppress IGG material. The court, it's not showing on the 19th. Oh, here we go. It was on the 20th. What is it you want to reference in the argument with respect to this affidavit? Miss Taylor, standing. Your Honor, I don't need to reference that particularly. I just want to draw the court's attention to it. The court.
In particular, the stating that the affidavit suggests that unknown need was Mr. Kohberger. Is that what I'm reading? Ms. Taylor, no, that there was a sample within the trash that was Mr. Kohberger's. Okay, I'm not sure the state's arguing that there's no standing as to the trash. I think the standing argument related to the genetic testing through the companies and to the objection to the testing of materials found at the crime scene. Am I correct about that, Mr. Nye? Your Honor, we did assert in our briefing standing, it was kind of in a passing in the sense that we think the fact that if it was a trash pool resolves that issue. I appreciate the trash pool legal issues in terms of privacy standing, but in terms of standing, this is not Mr. Kohberger's DNA. So why am I hearing from him standing, which is a part of what you argued on the IGG information? Correct, Mr. Nye says. There's that issue. I don't see that impacted here because it sounds like some of his DNA was in that trash. And then there's the standing issue, as I understand it, related to the extent that the defense is not conceding that the DNA found on the knife sheath was Mr. Kohberger's. He has no position to object to the testing of the DNA and the knife sheath. Mr. Nye, correct. I don't see there, frankly, is an argument as to the standing issue of not his DNA as it relates to the trash pool. That's just how I see it. If you think that's different and you need to make an argument, you need to let me know so I know what we're getting into. No, Your Honor, this is Mr. Nye. It's not different than that. What happened is in the opening brief, they asserted there was DNA found in there, including an unidentified male. In the response, I said, well, that's not standing. You can't just say unidentified male. In the reply, they attached this saying, well, we looked at it and it was his. That's sufficient. I don't plan on arguing that point. All right. We are all square then. Miss Taylor, I think so. If you have a question of doubt, ask to approach and we can go offline real quick. I would rather err on the side of being cautious than not. Miss Taylor, may I have 5 minutes? Oh, no. We're going to take more than that because I need the public to be notified. So we're going to take at least 15 to 20 minutes. Mr. Nye, Your Honor, can I just briefly ask, we have some of the victims in the hallway. I guess they've been told by somebody they can come in when the hearing was open. I'm not sure who would have told them that. I don't know either. That's just what they're representing to us. We didn't understand that to be the courts. The problem is I don't want to have to chase them out. Absolutely. Understood completely. Sandra can have a TV in the conference room and they can watch it on. They can watch it on. That's fine. Okay, thank you, Your Honor. And then my understanding is we can go into the next evidentiary phase without a problem and it can be public, correct? Yes, from our perspective, Your Honor. Miss Taylor, Your Honor, I think our team might be a little bit confused about that. I think we thought that the Franks might be next, but no. After the Franks? Okay. So I'll do a suppression IGG and then we'll do an argument on that unless you want to just go straight up into the evidence and come back to the argument on the Franks IGG. Okay. And do it together with the suppression stuff. No, I plan to do that when I did all of Franks to address the entire Franks. I think I'm confused about when the court wanted me to do that. If you want me to take more,
evidence today, if we are going to argue IGG and be done, and then the court wants to finish with the evidence today, and then I will do Frank's tomorrow's argument, the proper argument. So my preference is, because I don't want to get into an evidentiary phase of Frank's, other than the issue of IGG, is to argue your Frank's motion next, including the IGG and your proffer for the other Frank's issues. And then we can go into the evidence on suppression issues. Does that make sense? That does make sense, Miss Taylor says. That's perfectly fine. I might need a minute to pull that box out after we're done with this argument, if that's okay. Sure. You can always have a minute when you need it. Mr. Nye. Your Honor, I'm sorry to complicate things, but just to be clear, so over here, we've split that. Miss Jennings is handling the Franks and I'm handling the direct IGG suppression. Is that okay if we split it that way? Sure. Thank you. Again, my thought was to do all of the Franks, including the IGG stuff next, the judge is saying, because I don't want to take evidence that is going to be said is part of Frank's, because if the state's then asserting it, I think I've cracked the egg on whether or not I can decide the issue prior to the Frank's hearing. So that's why I want to have it wrapped up before I take more evidence, okay? Sounds good. All right, we'll take about 20 minutes and let the public have notice. And that's the end of the closed proceedings, guys. And then everything's certified. All right, guys. So that was it. I am interested to know who SC is. And if you have any ideas, please share them in the comments. I'm kind of curious. And I appreciate you joining. If you liked having transcripts shared online and read out, please let us know. You guys have a great evening. I thought a Friday night would be perfect. And you guys have a blessed weekend. And if you wouldn't mind, please hit the like button and share so everybody can see this. Thank you so much.